Obi o make it boom to the podon ki. Ayela mo pa.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Next item.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, following the death of Honorable Ogwara Cecilia Barbara Atim, the woman representative Dokoro District, which occurred on Thursday, 18th January 2024, the position of woman representative for Dokoro District fell vacant. In accordance with Article 81, Clause 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the Clerked Parliament notified the Electoral Commission of the existence of a vacancy in Parliament. On 21st March 2024, a by-election was held, and the Electoral Commission has, in writing, communicated the results to the Clerked Parliament, indicating that Ms. Sarah Aguti was elected as the woman representative Dokoro District. The member-elect, Right Honorable Speaker and members, is available and is ready to take and subscribe to the oath of allegiance and of a member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, I now seek your indulgence to allow Ms. Sarah to undertake the aforementioned oath.
Permission granted for Ms. Sarah Guti to access the chamber and take oath.
I, Aguti Sarah,
swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Uganda, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. So help me God. I, Aguti Sarah, swear in the name of the Almighty God that I'll give faithful service to this Parliament and support and uphold the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as by the law established. So help me God.
UPC everywhere. UPC everyone. UPC.
Honorable colleagues, let's welcome our member. Honorable Sarah Guti, welcome you to the 11th Parliament and Parliament of Uganda. Congratulations on being elected as woman member of Parliament for Dokoro District. You know how our sister Imat Cecile Gwar was performing. We expect you to raise the bar to her level. We shall be here to support you in each and every way. And I want to hand you the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and our own Bible in this Parliament, which is our rules of procedure that you must read and you ensure that you understand in order to follow proceedings very well in the House. Congratulations once again. You can take your seat on this side.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, you may recall that on 21st of March 2024, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda amended the composition of cabinet by appointing some new members. And among those newly appointed were 9 members of parliament who were subsequently duly approved by the Parliamentary Appointments Committee. One of the newly appointed was Dr. Kenneth Omona. In order for Dr. Kenneth Omona to discharge his duties as ex-officio member of parliament by virtue of Article 78(1)(d)
Order,
of
honorable
the
colleagues, order.
Constitution, Dr. Omona is required under Article 81(4) of the Constitution take and subscribe the oath of allegiance and the oath of member of parliament. Right, Honorable Speaker, the said member is in the precincts of parliament, ready to take and subscribe the oath. May I therefore seek for your permission to invite him to access the chamber for the aforementioned purposes.
Permission granted for Honorable Dr. Kenneth Omona to access the chamber and take oath.
That's the mic. We are going to get push.
I, Dr. Mona Kenneth, swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Uganda, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. So help me God. I, Dr. Mona Kenneth, swear in the name of the Almighty God that I'll give faithful service to this Parliament and support and uphold the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as by law established. So help me God.
Dr. Kenneth Omona, welcome back to the Parliament of Uganda. Once a member of Parliament, always a member of Parliament. We are family. And congratulations upon catching the eye of the appointing authority as the Minister of State for Northern Uganda. I know you might be having many copies of the Constitution, but we want to give you one more to help you and our rules of procedure to help you in executing your mandate. Congratulations once again, and we look forward to sharing a lot with you on the field.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, once again, you may recall that on 21st of March 2024, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda amended the composition of cabinet, appointing some new members. Among those newly appointed were 9 members, and one of them was Mr. Baram Barugahara. In order for Baram Barugahara to discharge his duties as ex-officio member of Parliament, by virtue of Article 781D of the Constitution, he is required under Article 81(4) of the Constitution to take and subscribe the oaths of allegiance and the oaths of member of Parliament. Right, Honorable Speaker, the said Baram Barugahara is in the precincts of Parliament, ready to take and subscribe the oaths. May I therefore request for your permission to invite him to access the chamber for the aforementioned purposes.
Permission granted for Honorable Baram Barugahara access the precincts of Parliament, access the chamber and take oath. Order, Honorable colleagues, order.
I, Barugahara Balamatenyi, I swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Constitution of Uganda, and that I will preserve and protect and defend the Constitution, so help me God. I, Barugahara Balamateny, I swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will give faithful service to the Parliament and support and uphold the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as by the law established. So help me God.
Amen.
Thank you. Honorable Barugahara, congratulations on catching the eye of the appointing authority, and welcome to the Parliament of Uganda and the 11th Parliament, to be specific. I know you've been following up most of the issues. I've been your good follower, but here we go by the Constitution and the rules of procedure. They will help you so much in executing your mandate. And we look forward to sharing more with you on the floor. Congratulations once again, and wish you all the best.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members.
Order, honorable colleagues, order. Order.
On 19th March 2024,
Order, honorable colleagues.
the Court of Appeal in election petition appeal number 004 of 2022, Honorable Ogwali Polycarp versus Ochwa David, ordered that Mr. Ogwali Polycarp vacates the seat of Member of Parliament for Agule County and declared Mr. Ochwa David winner for the seat of Member of Parliament for Agule County, Palisa District. On 2nd April 2024, the Electoral Commission under Gazette Volume CXVII number 24 gazetted Mr. Ochwa David as the Member of Parliament for Agule County in Palisa District. Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members.
Honorable colleagues, can I have order in the House, please?
The said member is available within the precincts and is ready to take and subscribe the oath of allegiance and of a Member of Parliament. May you permit me, Right Honorable Speaker, to allow in the member for the aforementioned purposes.
Permission granted for Mr. Ochwa David. Ochwa David to access the chambers and take oaths.
Good.
Proceed. Is it, raise it a bit up? Raise it a bit up. I, Ochua David, swear in the name of Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Uganda, and that I will preserve, protect, defend the Constitution of Uganda. So help me God. I, Ochua David, swear in the name of Almighty God that I will give faithful service to this parliament and support, uphold the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as by law established. So help me God.
But the plan is even shaky. If I'm that's the problem. We didn't take the papers to the level of verification. He has papers, but they only follow. We didn't take the papers to UNEV for the validation for verification. So now let him verify the papers and tax campaign. I fell off my land. If you have the land,
Sorry.
I'll struggle to come. So if you have not done it, better do it. Did you do? Even in me. Let us how it don't know. Me only did once. 2016. I did do twice. You do every
Sorry.
year.
Phone of the zeros.
Once, and I had the original.
Thank you.
But next time I need to do again. Be on the safer side and do one. I did whether we make one. It is not always. Me, I did only once in 20. But I submitted my original. I did one.
Honorable Ochua David, welcome back to the Parliament of Uganda. Once a member, always a member to this fraternity. I know you might have kept your copy of the Constitution very well, but I have a new one for you here, and the updated rules of procedure to help you in the execution of your work. Congratulations. Next slide.
Item number 3 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, let's have order. Taking of oath has ended. I want to congratulate the new colleagues who have taken oath, but I also want to congratulate the honorable ministers whose mandate was renewed and those who were elevated. We look forward to continuing engaging with you, specifically my two brothers who were elevated, Honorable Bosobos and Honorable Rokelis. For the new members of parliament who have come in, who are not ministers, whips, government chief whip and opposition chief whip, you have up to Tuesday to ensure you designate these members to committees so that they can catch up with the rest in as far as processing the budget of the country is concerned. Honorable colleagues, later on I'll be amending the order paper slightly because yesterday we had an issue which I saw very many members raising different points, and we agreed that the Attorney General would meet the members from the regions of Acholi, Lango, and Teso on payment for their claims, for war claims. So I would need the Attorney General to give us a brief statement on the outcome of the meeting so that we know indeed whether progress was made and how best they can be supported. Honorable colleagues, also, as you might have already read or heard in the news, this parliament, through a private member, introduced and passed the Anti-Homosexuality Act 2023, which most of you honorable members stood up for and supported in line with the aspirations of Ugandans. The constitutionality of this act was challenged in the Constitutional Court, and today the decision was delivered. The court found no fault in the process, in the procedure, and though there are some clauses, some sections of the law, which court nullified, but as the leadership of parliament, we are happy with the outcome of the process. So we want to thank the Attorney General, we want to thank the legal team from parliament, we want to thank you, honorable colleagues, and Ugandans in general. We want to thank the judiciary for not interfering with the work of parliament and allowing us to execute our mandate as given to us by the people of Uganda. Honorable colleagues, we've done our part, okay? And I believe this is not an issue on which I will now members start coming up, want to discuss. No. We've done our part, the courts have done their part, okay? We can leave it at that for now. We don't need to add on anything. We need to give time to the Attorney General. For us, we are celebrating on our side, but the Attorney General needs to internalize and see whether even the nullified sections can be reinstated, or whether he's satisfied as our lead lawyer for the country. So, honorable colleagues, with those statements, but I think it would be prudent that the new members, we give them a minute, at least say something, okay? Yes, the new member. And I will start with Honorable Barugahara Baram. Honorable Minister, here we have time limit, so 2 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Here before you is now a full minister. But sitting on a front bench, courtesy of General Museveni Kaguta Yoweri, approved by Parliament Appointments Committee, recommended by Ugandans. But before I became a member, small brief about me. I'm the vice chairman of PLU, which is a civic organization, which is a non-partisan organization, which is a transparent organization, which is an organization that advocates for fairness in society. I thank Parliament for giving me this opportunity. I will work and I will serve my country, my president, and I will respect the Constitution of Uganda. When I was in the Appointments Committee, the Speaker requested me to speak to His Excellency to ensure that no supporters are released. The President, in his own voice and video, he said, give me the list. I requested the National Unity Platform to avail the list. Hope the leader of opposition is here. I'm yet to get it. And right honorable speaker. Right honorable speaker.
Point of order. Point of order.
Right honorable speaker.
Honorable Minister. No, honorable colleagues, please. Order. Honorable colleagues, the Honorable Baram, I studied with whom I know, cannot fail to respond to anything. So let us feel as if we are protecting him. Yeah, so let the leader of opposition bring his point of order, and we see.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I request that you protect me from excited colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker.
Please, honorable colleagues. Please, Lop.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Firstly, I think it's important that as Parliament, we orient our new colleagues on our modus operandi as Parliament. How we operate, point of order, and the like. But more importantly, Right Honorable Speaker, the point of order that I'm standing up on, we discussed in this very Parliament issues of missing persons, some who were disappeared, people who are in jail irregularly, some missing persons for whom the Prime Minister of Uganda acknowledged are in the hands of the state, like John Bosco Chibalama. And we tabled that list here in Parliament. We gave it to the Attorney General. Court is processing many of these matters, and we have asked that they be released on bail, because this is not prosecution, but persecution. Right Honorable Speaker, is it in order for a new minister who seems to be a novice to come with excitement and claim that he has mandate
Honorable Senyonyi.
to pursue a matter of people who are simply being persecuted as opposed to being...
Honorable Senyonyi. Honorable Senyonyi.
Is the honorable new minister...
Honorable Senyonyi, you know the language we use in Parliament. Okay? Honorable Senyonyi, you know the language we use in this Parliament. Even when you disagree with a person, language is like a novice. A member of Parliament is a member of Parliament is a member of Parliament. Okay? So Honorable Senyonyi, do the needful. You're a gentleman. There is a language we don't use here. This is a language we don't use.
Right Honorable Speaker, as a lawyer and as somebody who knows English, the word novice means somebody who is new to a profession.
No.
The Honorable Balam is a new minister. So the word novice is not derogatory in any way, except for people who we need to teach some English.
You see, honorable colleagues, how we start with problems is how we behave. Okay? Look, you know, I know you would be insulted if I called you a novice. The Honorable Baram Barugahara is a minister and a full-fledged now ex-official of this house who has been sworn in. Okay? So, Honorable, I'm a very patient man, and I know you're a gentleman. Okay? Please, let's use.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you asked me to speak. Please protect me from these exciting...
You're protected, Honorable.
I hope I am. You see, in this Parliament, we keep learning, and I am glad to even teach colleagues some English. When you Google the meaning of the word novice, for those that have smartphones and some data, definition number 1, a person new in a job or situation. Balam Barugahare is new, the Honorable, He's new as a minister. So there's nothing wrong with calling him a novice as a minister. I thank you.
Thank you.
Procedure.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. I hereby direct you, sir, you expunge the submission of the Honorable Senyon. Honorable Baram, continue, please. Continue. Thank you.
Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. So during the appointments committee, I was given a task as a fair person who believes in fairness, with knowledge of my background as a patriot, to speak to the president, who is the appointing authority, to stand surety for the young men who are detained and they have not yet gone on trial. So the president accepted to pardon most of them who don't have cases of murder. And he said security forces should and the intelligence should expedite the investigation going on. So I will request my brother, Honorable Joel Senyonyi, to give Right Honorable Joel Senyonyi to give me the list. I will do that for you, Joel, and I will make sure the president acts on that.
Thank you.
Then, okay. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. The Honorable Dr. Kenneth Omona, do you have anything you want?
The Right Honorable Speaker and the honorable colleagues in the House, I'm glad once again to join you, Right Honorable Speaker, and both sides of the House in the service of our country. It's been a long time since I was in this House. When I left after the 9th Parliament, went and had some other tours of duty, and then finally back here in the House again today. I'm very happy to join you again once more, Right Honorable Speaker. And I pray that all of us in this House, God will support and help us to remind us of our duties on both sides of the House to continue to serve and serve together for the good of our country. Thank you very much and God bless.
Thank you, Doctor, and welcome back. Honorable Salah Aguti.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Sarah Gruti, representing Dokolo District. I want to thank you for welcoming me in this house. The people of Dokolo have sent greetings to this house. I want to thank our party, UPC, for standing with me. I want to thank our party president and other MPs that stood with me. And also, I want to thank my voters of Dokolo that they have put their trust in me. I'm going to represent them. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the people of Dokolo, they are okay, but only that they have one problem. My people are dying in the lake. I want this house to help me. Yeah. The fishermen of Dokolo, they are dying in the lake. If this house can help me and we talk about it more. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Ochoa David.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. By the name Ochoa David, representing the people of Agure. I'm an old broom in the House. I was in the 9th Parliament with Dr. Mona. I believe what I've observed here, the decorum of Parliament and the quality of debates must be maintained. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the people of Agule for supporting me not necessarily court. I was voted by the people of Agule, who they voted as a strong NRM MP. And that's why I'm here. We are the lawmakers. I believe you are aware of the Constitution. The remedies of any outcome in an election, you have to go to court. I hope you have had the opportunity to read the Constitution. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chair David, for guidance, because you might have forgotten a few issues. For example, when a speaker is speaking, you have to sit. And you talked about it. Okay?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah. So number two, you don't access microphone without permission of the speaker. But number three, you don't respond to all those who are not on record. Because now our Hansard is going to look bad. Someone will read and say, but whom was he responding to? Because we only record the one on microphone, okay? So don't start responding to people who are trying to divert you. Remain focused on your speech. You can resume.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for that guidance. I will take it upon me to follow up on that. Colleagues, we are back here to work for the country. Thank you for accepting us and receiving us. You're welcome. Thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you. We have another colleague who joined the cabinet, but he has been our colleague. I don't know if he would want to say anything. Jane Ombadi, last night at the vigil of General David Mhoz's mom, General David Mhoz told us that they've been calling him former CDF, former CDF. Now he believes with General Ombadi coming in, that is passed over to him as former CDF. So General Ombadi, if you have anything you want to say. You've always been our colleague. Now you have to come in suits. He's been coming in uniform.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, to thank the President for appointing me a minister. That's why you see I'm on this attire now. Secondly, I want to thank the members of Parliament, especially the Appointments Committee, for approving my appointment. I look forward to working with the Parliament to execute my duties of promoting competitiveness in trade and exports. Once again, so help me God. Thank you very much.
Procedure.
Procedure. Colleagues, General Ombadi has been given a docket where from the feedback I get from the members, he's been one of the most popular members of the committee of trade. He has been on the committee for trade. And members used to tell me that he would leave behind his armored car and escorts and move with them in a bus, despite him being a CDF. When he was a member, he was that humble that he could do that. So, Honorable, we hope you'll be interacting with your colleagues. You know they had questions they've been asking, and sometimes with answers, sometimes without answers. We are sure you're one of those people who will help us progress very well. Congratulations once again. Our colleagues in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have Honorable Ebir Fred, former Member of Parliament for Kore County and current Secretary General of Uganda People's Congress. He has come to witness administration of oath of the Honorable Agutsara Dokoro, woman Member of Parliament. Please join me in welcoming him. Honorable colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have lecturers and student leaders led by Sister Joe Martin from Uganda Matters University in Nkozi, Mawokota County South in PG District. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Nsibambi Yusuf and Honorable Teddy Namboze. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Honorable colleagues, also in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from the National Federation of Entertainment Promoters. They are here to witness the administration of oath of Honorable Baramba Rugahara, Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs. Please join me in welcoming them. Colleagues, also in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from West Moyo County, Moyo District, which includes Mr. Anyama Williams, LC5 Moyo District. This is a delegation from Moyo District, so they came to see me in my office. Our Reverend Father Grace Waigo, Chairperson, Moyo Municipality Advocacy Task Force. They are advocating for a municipality. They even have a task force now. So, Minister for Local Government. Mr. Anyama Charles, Senior Assistant Town Clerk, Moyo Town Council. Honorable Letaru Gladys, Councillor Moyo Town Council. They are represented by Honorable Alelo Tom Aza and Honorable Moliku Joyce Kaduchu. And they've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them once again. Honorable colleagues, in the interest of time, I will do matters of national importance tomorrow. I will invoke Rule 25 of our Rules of Procedure tomorrow, focus on matters of national importance, so that we can go to issues. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, because yesterday I called Honorable Lilian Abe. Sorry, Honorable Nyamutoro. Yes, Honorable Nyamutoro, please, and Honorable Florence Nambozo. Thank you for the reminder, Honorable colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is a word of gratitude to His Excellency, the President, for yet again capitalizing on the energies that the young people have to offer when centralized in the development process. Right Honorable Speaker, I would also like to thank you and the entire leadership of Parliament for the mentorship and support. I also extend my gratitude to colleagues for the goodwill, and I pledge that as a representative of the young people, our pace is set, and we look forward to seeing how best Uganda can fully utilize its natural resources to fast-track our development. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nambozo, Florence.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I too join my colleagues to appreciate the President of this nation for adding me responsibility to take over a region where my sisters have been. I am so thankful for my colleagues who have encouraged me, and want to assure my colleagues from Karamoja that I am coming as a healing ingredient, not as that which everyone else thinks. I know that the voice of God is the voice of the people. The President must have seen that I'll make a difference and clean up what has happened. I am an individual. I am Wamala Nambozo Florence, and I know I'm going to do my best to represent the position of God in the region of Karamoja. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Next item.
Statement by the Attorney General on the meeting held with members of Parliament from the Acholi, Lango, and Teso sub-region on the payments of war debt claimants and beneficiaries.
Thank you, Attorney General. Honorable colleagues, I want us really to focus and we finish our order paper. Let's focus on the order paper.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've sent a copy of this statement, a very short statement, to be uploaded. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, as was instructed by the House, a meeting was convened today, 3rd April 2024, at the Cabinet Secretariat of Parliament of the Office of the President, where I presented to the honorable members of Parliament from the affected sub-regions of Acholi, Lango, and Teso, a status report on the payments made to war debt claimants and beneficiaries from those said sub-region. I have attached a copy of the report that I have shared with colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, in summary, I informed the meeting that the Ministry of Justice Constitutional Affairs has, as at 31st March 2024.
Just Attorney General, just honorable member, when a colleague is reading a statement, then you can't have clarification. Clarification is during debate, not when they are reading a statement. Thank you.
In summary, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I informed the meeting that the Ministry of Justice.
This member of parliament took money twice to go for one trip, and he's here shouting at me order. I know he's not happy for the court ruling because he's in NUP and NUP supports.
Honorable Macho. Please. Kiraka, that was by the way, don't need it on the handset. That was by the way, don't capture it on the handset.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs has, as at 31st March 2024, received 84 billion shillings from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in the financial year 2021-2022 to 2023-2024, and has paid out a total of 80 billion 454 million 092,688 shillings to the claimants. We have shared the list of all the claimants' beneficiaries who have received the payments, whether wholly or partially, and those have been verified, and those that have been verified but have not received the payments. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, currently the Ministry of Justice is proceeding with continued payment of 2.869 billion shillings towards for monies that had been bounced back because of dormant and closed accounts. Further, I informed the meeting that Ministry of Justice continues to receive data cards from the districts in respect to the claimants or beneficiaries whose information had not yet been submitted to the ministry and in respect of corrected information. I also informed the meeting that Ministry of Justice has procured additional data cards to give to the districts that have requested for the same. At the conclusion of the meeting, it was resolved that, among others, the Ministry of Justice writes to Chief Administrative Officers this week and offer guidance to them to permit all claimants and beneficiaries that lost cattle, irrespective of whether they went to court or not, to participate in the verification exercise by filing their information and data cards, by submitting them through the district structures. Further, it was resolved that additional data cards will be available to those districts that require additional data cards to capture the information. Ministry of Justice undertook to continue engaging the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the issue of the closed and dormant accounts and the claimants and beneficiaries. Furthermore, it was resolved, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, that Ministry of Justice will create a mailing list of members of Parliament for the sub-regions of Acholi, through which information relating to the payments of the verified claimants will continue to be shared. Before I take my seat, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, in the meeting today, voices were raised, tempers rose because of this very emotive matter. For those colleagues who are offended by my action, I sincerely apologize, but I will continue to work with you tirelessly to get to the bottom
of this matter. I beg to submit. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the statement as well as the reports on this in soft copy. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. Now, Honorable colleagues, those who were not here yesterday, we agreed with the Prime Minister that for the other regions which were not considered, she's going to submit to Cabinet, and this so that the Attorney General can be given guidance by Cabinet on how these ones can also be paid from Busoga, Bukedi, West Nile, you know, Uganda, Sebe, Ankore. Yes, yes. The Amin War started from Tanzania, Vai Sinjiro, Rakai, and that's the one which liberated this country, first phase of liberation. Okay, so I think Mitoma potentially also, I've said potentially. Okay, so honorable colleagues, do we need to open this up? Is because what I was asking yesterday, I remember I told you, Honorable Bwaru, that you cannot report on behalf of the Attorney General, but is this the accurate information, Honorable Bwaru?
Right Honorable Speaker, I confirm that the meeting indeed took place. When I raised this matter yesterday, Right Honorable Speaker, it was in respect of the 3 court cases that were heard and disposed of in Soroti High Court, where the court ordered government to compensate the 3 different groups. We have over 40,000 verified claimants. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Attorney General, don't disrupt the Speaker. Now the Speaker has to listen to this. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Attorney General was very clear in that meeting. He said his office is not concerned with those who went to court or those who have the court judgments. He said our lawyers should proceed and seek execution in court, he told us. But we remember all these cases came because we went to court. Attorney General is a custodian of our laws. Now, if the Attorney General is the one declining to implement court orders, so who is going to help us as a country? Mr. Speaker, sir, when we explained that to Attorney General got up and even told the meeting that even if we don't pay you, what will you do?
Honorable Bwaru, just a little. Just sit a little. Please listen to the Speaker. The Speaker does not negotiate with the member. Okay? Yeah, when I say sit, you sit and you wait. Now, when Attorney General was finishing his submission, there is something he touched, and it touched my heart. It showed humility. He admitted tempers flared, and he might have made statements which he felt touched some people and apologized. I think that was a building block for progress. Okay? Because now we don't want on the floor to be your word against his, because we are not part of the meeting. But I've seen progress. Okay? I think we can build on that, Honorable. We don't report on the conflict that happened, and we say, Attorney General, since you have apologized, okay? Can we now say we're helping these people? I'm seeing progress. That's the line I'm looking at tonight.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The Attorney General, now that you have apologized, let's now progress. How are you now going to help our people? Actually, not to help, because it's not a favor. How are we going now to address the issue of our people who went to court and the court ordered that government should compensate them? You are running away from your responsibility, but these people need to be compensated.
Yeah.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we shall come back to the House, request for appropriation of funds for court awards that have been made against government, and we shall make the payments. This government respects court orders, and like I told you, the only thing that I don't have is sufficient funds, but as soon as the funds are made available, we shall make the payments.
So now for progress purposes, honorable colleagues, this is an issue which involves money, okay? And we are going to be discussing the ministerial policy statement for this budget. I think what is important, honorable colleagues, what is important is that we have to ensure the committee follows up, and these people are listed among those who should be paid, and we appropriate money. Because the Attorney General, if he has no money, we shall continue choosing him here. You've refused to pay, but when he has no money. So, I beg your indulgence, can't we handle this issue? Our senior elder, Kena, can't we handle this issue during Ministerial Policy Statement report for the sector?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. It is raise a concern. And my concern touches on the rate of how much is being put in the budget. At the rate of this repayment, it will be so many years before government is going to complete what has already been awarded by court and what has been verified. So if we continue putting a token towards this compensation, it has no effect. It will take so many years just to meet those obligations. And I'm hearing now that we want to take on more. What we put in the budget must be realistic. As it is now, it is not really helping. In fact, creates a lot more problem, but there has to be a sufficient provision in order to have an impact and in order for the compensation to make sense, because many of those who have lost the animals have also lost their lives and they're passing away every day. I thank you.
So, Attorney General, if the amounts we've been providing, and Minister of Finance is here, if the amounts we've been providing have been based on the numbers we've been having, can we now, if we acknowledge the other numbers, also provide funding for those numbers?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Justice requested 349 billion shillings for this compensation last financial year. We received a budgetary allocation of 80 billion, of which we have only received 34 billion at this point. And like Honorable Aken has said, the numbers are increasing because we are still receiving data cards. So by the end of this financial year, the number may even be higher. So like you said, Right Honorable Speaker, as we come to the ministerial policy statement, these matters should be ventilated completely and a decision is made on how we want to proceed with this matter.
Since these are huge sums, I would be of the view that this is an issue you can present to Cabinet on Monday. And then you give us an update after consulting Cabinet. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Because you see, honorable colleagues, my concern is when our issue, we need money. The risks are ready. Honorable Auma, you're saying there is something else?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there's something that if we don't clarify today, it will continue putting government to task. And I feel so bad because all this compensation issue, the person that pays the repercussion is the president. Because it's the president that moves and answers all those questions during campaigns. And as members from the 3 sub-regions, we want this matter to be put at rest. Like right now, we all know that government is financially constrained. And these were matters that were in court with specified numbers verified in court. And Attorney General also in 2016 went and verified a list that is already there. Logically, we have to
discuss here with a lot of consciousness and sympathy for the government. If we give an open check and we say we have to go, whether you have gone to court, whether you have not gone to court, to fill the data cards. In Lao, we have 2.5 million people. What if now they all go and fill the data cards? We will be adding more expense to government. Why don't we handle one thing at a time? And I expected the Attorney General, even if this was a guidance directive of the president, Attorney General is the legal advisor of this government. He was supposed to advise the president so that we move gradually, other than putting government to task day in and day out. Those people will need the response. Yet even government currently do not have the little money to pay the 40,000 people who have claimed. Now, if this happens in Acholi, Lao, and Teso, where will we get this money? We have to be honest and also come with a better recommendation. Thank you.
Honorable colleagues, this is a matter which I gave only 15 minutes on the order paper. I want to stick to the order paper. We have agreed that the Attorney General will go to Cabinet on Monday. And the next week, when we are handling the ministerial policy statement of this sector, this is one of the issues. He will first give us a brief statement that will help guide us. Otherwise, we cannot conclude it here the way we are doing it. And also in 3 weeks' time, we agreed in 3 weeks' time, the Prime Minister is going to present a statement on the floor on other regions which were not captured. We agreed that yesterday. Please, next item.
Item 4 on the order paper, laying of papers 4.1 on the Petroleum Fund semi-annual report on inflows, outflows, and assets of the fund for the period ended 31st December 2023.
Thank you. Honourable Minister for Finance.
Right Honourable Speaker, I move in accordance with Section 61(1)(b) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended to lay on table the semi-annual report on inflows, outflows, and the assets of the Petroleum Fund for the period ended 31st December 2023. I beg to lay.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. This is referred to the Committee on Budget as per Section 18 of the PFMA and Rule 173 of our Rules of Procedure. Should be processed and report back within 45 days. Thank you.
Item 4.2, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Regulations 2023.
Honourable Minister for Finance.
Right Honourable Speaker, I'll beg for your indulgence because I have a number of regulations here to lay on table in the accordance with the same provisions. And I'll start with statutory instrument number.
Wait, Honourable Minister, things are not brought on the table, and I'm told how much. Are they all under PPDA? All of them? Yeah, so if they are all under PPDA, just do at once. Make one statement that covers all of them. You wanted to mention one by one?
Yes, because they vary in terms of titles.
Then I would have also captured them well on the order paper. But okay, we shall capture each on the order paper. Separate the clerk, you capture it separated.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable. The first one is Statutory Instrument 2023, number 97. The second one is Statutory Instrument number 96, 2023. I beg to lay. The third one is Statutory Instrument number 99 of 2023. I beg to lay. The fourth one is Statutory Instrument number 98 of 2023. I beg to lay. The fifth one statutory instrument number 100 of 2023, I beg to lay. Number 6, statutory instrument number 101 of 2023, I beg to lay. The seventh one is statutory instrument number 102 of 2023, I beg to lay. Number 8 is statutory instrument number 103 of 2023, I beg to lay. Number 8 is statutory instrument number 104 of 2023, I beg to lay. Number 9, statutory instrument number 108 of 2023, I beg to lay. And finally, Right Honorable, statutory instrument number 106 of 2023, I beg to lay.
Thank you. This resolution is according to section 96 for information purposes. So honorable colleagues, we shall put them in the library and you can access them. They help you in execution of your duties. Now, honorable colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of Muslim leaders from Bara City, led by the district Qadi, Sheikh Mukwai Abdallah. They include Haj Rashid, district chairman, Mr. Nsubu Gabudur Nasa, public relations officer, Mr. Suraj Ntutu Mos, district secretary, Mr. Senkai Murishid, district land is chairman, Mrs. Nuriat Musoke, social affairs, and Mr. Anduhuchre Uthman, secretary education. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Mwinempaka and Honorable Kwasa Rita. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them once again. Next item.
Item number 5 on the order paper, motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Information, Communications Technology and National Guidance on the petition by the Uganda National Musicians Federation on amendments the Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Act.
Honorable Chair. And I know you know how to do it quick. Then we shall capture the whole report on the Hansard for the record, but now do a summary.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I beg to present the report of the Committee on Information, Communication Technology and National Guidance on the petition by Uganda National Musicians Federation on amendments to the Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Act 2006. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on the 4th of October 2003, members of the Ugandan National Musicians Federation, through Honorable Fiona Nyamutoro, the National Female Youth Member of Parliament, and now the Minister of State in charge of minerals in the Ministry of Minerals, Energy and Mineral Development, wherein they called for expeditious amendment of the Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Act 2006, justifying that the 17-year-old law has become outdated in the light of advancement in technology and emergence of international best practices. Pursuant to Rule 36, the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the petition was referred to the Committee on ICT, Communication Technology and National Guidance for consideration, which concluded the investigation and hereby report. Right Honorable Speaker, I move to general observations on the status of the bill for the amendment of the Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Act. Right Honorable Speaker, on 20th July 2022, Honorable Kiyaga Ilari sought for leave of the House to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Amendment Bill. The bill introduces amendment to several provisions of the Act. It was, however, resolved by Honorable Hilary Kiagi and government to work together to come up with a holistic amendment to the Act. And according to Honorable Attorney General, his submission to the committee, consultation on the bill is ongoing. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that urges government to consider and expeditiously domesticate the provisions of different treaties highlighted above that Uganda has ratified. So the committee recommends for expeditious drafting and tabling of the amendments to the Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Act bill to Parliament by government, as the leave was sought in July 2022. And today is 3rd April 2024, almost 2 years. The bill has not seen the light of the day. Right Honorable Speaker, another general observation is coordination and supervision of the arts and culture sector. The art and culture sector in Uganda is affected by supervision by various ministries and departments across government, including Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, which has affected realization of the mandate of the sector due to challenges of coordination and activities therein. The committee observes that the management of arts, sports, and culture under a single ministry will not only address the challenges of red tape and lack of centralized management, but also boost multiple opportunities for learning, entertainment, leisure, personal growth, and improving communication within, while also increasing the revenue base for the sector. We take cases from Kenya and Zambia who has put that sector under one ministry, and they are doing well. The committee therefore recommends that the youth, sports, culture, and arts sector should be housed under a single fully fledged cabinet ministry in order to make it undertake critical interest in matters affecting young people, which will lead to harnessing opportunities which can convert this largely informal sector into a commercially viable vehicle for job creation, entertainment, education, and widening the country's tax base. Committee also recommends that government evaluates the viability of a self-regulating, privately managed body to license the art industry sector and actors. This is intended to fully exploit and leverage the potential of promising arts industry, just like it has been done through the National Council of Sports for sports sector. The same has also been witnessed from elsewhere in Nigeria, India, and Korea, which has optimally exploited their arts industry. Right Honorable Speaker, the petitioners had presented 10 issues for consideration in the amendment of the Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Act 2006. The committee submit on each of the issues as below. 1, the petitioners had sought for revision of charges for the coloring back tunes to ensure a fair split of revenue collected from the coloring back tunes in the percentage of 60% to be retained by the artists and 40% to be remitted to be shared by both the government and the telecom. The committee made the following observations on the coloring back tune. 1, failure by artists and content creators to seek and use competent legal advisors and experts during the contract drafting process, which exposed them to manipulation and exploitation. Unfair and inequitable revenue models. The current distribution model allocates very low revenue to the artists, which is unfair and exploitative. As they own content, there is a need to have equitable sharing of revenue provided for in the regulation by the statutory instrument to avoid the unfairness and inequitable distribution of revenue. Right Honorable Speaker, the rest there are all observations made by the committee, and I would wish to ask members to go through them so that I can attend to recommendation. But the observation number 8, the distribution formula provided as no legal provision expressly provided for the distribution of revenue from coloring back tunes, especially the remittance of 48% to government. Contrary to Article 152(1) of the Constitution, provides that no tax shall be imposed except under authority of an act of parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, in consideration of this matter, the committee studied and reviewed the practice in Kenya where an amendment via the Copyright Amendment Act number 14 of 2002 was enacted. The act expressly provides for the rate of distribution, including the premium rate of the service providers at 8.5%, the telecommunication operation at 39.5%, and the artists or owners of the copyrights at
Procedure.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We have tried to look at our iPads. We can't find the report. We are not sure if it is uploaded on our reports, and also it is not being reflected. So we seek for clarity.
Black, can I confirm if the report is uploaded? Is it? Oh, the report is uploaded, Honorable colleague, because some colleagues are accessing it. I have just ordered for a copy for the Honorable Baram, because he doesn't have an iPad, and the Honorable Chua and the Honorable Sarah. And I know he knows this sector very well, so that's why. ICT, please ensure, because I don't know why some members are saying they have it, others are saying they don't have it. Yeah, let's go on, Honorable colleagues. If I find indeed that you failed to access it, then I can see a way of mitigating that as we go. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. Since this is the report of the Committee on ICT, I would wish to call upon the IT Department of Parliament to come to the rescue of the House and ensure that all iPads are accessing the report. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs should amend the Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Act 2006 to provide for coloring back tunes and then issue and gazette a statutory instrument under the Act to regulate the equitable sharing of revenue for coloring back tunes and related content consuming platforms. The Ministry of Information, Communication Technology and National Guidance should ensure that telecoms create a coloring back tunes monitoring system for purpose of transparency and accountability to the artist and the sector. That Uganda Communication Commission should audit the CRB platforms for copyright infringement content, order and take down and effect compensation for affected rights holders, as well as ensure that telecoms account for non-remittance or non-remunerated downloads. The Artists Association, including Uganda National Musicians Federation and Uganda National Musician Association, to ensure that artists receive sufficient legal support in drawing up and managing contracts. The association should have in-house legal teams. On issue B, imposition of a copy levy on device used in the reproduction of copyrights protected work to be shared equally between government and owners of copyrights and neighboring rights registered under the Act. The committee observed that additional levy on technological devices would negatively impact on the drive to enhance technology and have it penetrate all corners of the country. Some of the aspects that would be money and agent access to remote parts of Uganda. These financial services have no connection to reproduction of copyrights protected works which are at risk of to protect. This would be an unintended consequence where the levy allowed if they where the Labor Rights and Neighboring Rights Act to provide for private copy levy at the rate that should be determined by software capable of transferring copyrights and storing copyright content. The obligation to pay this levy should be a contractual arrangement between the copyright cemented as a way of raising funds for CMOs. The committee further observed that CMOs therefore need sufficient legal support to collect royalties from users of the protected works. The committee recommends that Uganda Registration Services Bureau should provide CMOs with sufficient legal support in the collection of royalties from the users of protected works. On issue F, establishment of a clear, transparent structure for CMOs that incorporate a high level of accountability, including regular audits and reporting mechanism to ensure that royalties are distributed fairly and rightfully to the owners. The committee observed that most of the proposals raised by the petitioners in regards to CMOs are addressed in the Act. The issue of concern by the petitioners lies more on enforcement of the provision of the law rather than the amendment of the law. The committee recommends that the Registrar of Copyrights ensure this will enable provision of fair, equitable, prompt compensation to artists. It will also enhance accountability to the artists, thus ensuring acceptance of the entity. On issue G, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, registration and regulation of all third parties, including telecom companies, aggregators who are involved in the distribution and dissemination of the copyrights content. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the owners of the copyrighted works should take responsibility for ensuring protection of their works by avoiding situation of voluntarily uploading their works on public platforms such as YouTube, from which members of the public can easily download such work for further use. That Uganda Communication Commission and Uganda Registration Services Bureau should enforce the law on the registration and regulation of all third parties involved in the distribution and dissemination of the copyrighted content. On issue H, requiring broadcasters to dedicate 90% of their airtime to Uganda music as a way of promoting local content and supporting the development of the industry in the country. The committee has played, UCC has played a critical. Right Honorable Speaker, let me go straight to the committee observation. The enforceability on 70% directive may come into question on whether all broadcasters are implementing the directive. This is caused by lack of adequate monitoring system. The 70% local content is not limited to only music, rather than all content producers by Uganda, including drama, current affairs and news, information programs, education programs, children programs, and sports programs. Committee observed that the request that 90% songs should be Ugandan in both is both unreasonable and impractical, as talent globally is dictated by quality. Ugandan music should therefore have to match the quality of the music from elsewhere to receive adequate airplay. The media is governed by consumers' interest. As the market is liberalized, Ugandan music should thus appeal to the consumers who control and dictate the market and airplay. The proposal for 90% music airplay will be challenged by the consumers for being unfair and intrusion of their freedom and rights to exercise their choice of content or entertainment. The media is based on target audience, and some radio stations play music not common in Uganda, including the country music, the jazz, the rock, and thus distributing them on the local content component with these music genres not locally available and making the proposal impractical. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda is a free and liberalized economy, pushing the East African and Pan-African agenda, and the push for 90% music airplay contradicts this agenda. Broadcasters do not operate just to entertain. They also have other objectives such as information and education, which are not necessarily achieved through music. This is also noteworthy that not all broadcasters play music. The committee therefore recommended the proposal for 90% music airplay to be given to Uganda content is rejected, and this is untenable and goes against the policy of free and liberalized economy, as well as the East African and Pan-African agenda. The Uganda Communication Commission should ensure the regulations and should ensure the enforcement of the regulation on local content. And the last recommendation, that is government should deliberately take an interest in local music by improving its quality
to compete globally by putting in place mechanisms to support artists and musicians to provide better music, including financing of the sector, improving studios and equipment. On issue number I, encouraging the use of Ugandan models, actors and actresses, and artists in the advertising, promotion, influencing, and endorsement of products by companies in Uganda, and developing Uganda publishers through the imposition of higher charges of publishing licenses for non-Ugandans, and a way of empowering the local creative industry, provide employment opportunities for local content, and help build a distinct national identity in advertising. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that it is the role of Uganda Communication Commission to regulate advertisement, and according to Regulation 27, the Uganda Communication Commission Content Regulation 2019, Commission set up standards for advertisement, which every operator is obliged to comply with. The mandate of the Commission, however, does not extend to regulating who is to be engaged as a model of a product to be advertised. This lies within the discretion of the company and the product intended to be advertised. Some of the products have a foreign origin with the models already engaged, and the Ugandan dealers or agents in such products may not have the capacity to interfere with the advertisement of assets. The committee observed that it should be further noted that encouraging the use of Uganda artists as model is not a copyright, neither is it a neighboring right, and therefore is not an issue that can be considered in the amendment of the Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Amendment Bill. It would rather be considered under the policy on national local content on human capital. Unfortunately, Uganda presently has no local content law in place. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the committee recommends that the above prayers would fall under the Build Uganda and Buy Uganda Bubu implemented in the context of international and regional legal treaties. Government should expeditiously reintroduce the local content bill to Parliament for enactment into law. This will come a long way in addressing matters related to local content. The Ministry of Trade and Cooperatives should come up with the regulation under an appropriate law to address this issue of advertisement. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on issue I, requiring aggregators of Lances Uganda intellectual property to be domiciled in Uganda as a condition for operating to ease accountability, since they will be subjected to the country's legal framework on the copyright law. The committee observed that the creative industry is global in nature, and in a digital connected world, implementation of this proposal, even if placed under the law, may have practical implication challenges. The committee observed that this matter could be best addressed elsewhere and not through inclusion in the amendment of the Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Law. As domicile, all aggregators can be best achieved if a requirement is imposed that all aggregators be incorporated as companies, and if it is a foreign aggregator, be registered as a foreign company in Uganda under the Companies Act. The committee recommends that all the aggregators should be incorporated as companies, and for foreign aggregators, be registered as foreign company in Uganda under the Companies Act 2012. This will ensure accountability by the aggregators while also streamlining the supervision of their operations. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in conclusion, a comprehensive approach to addressing the challenges facing Ugandan music industry in the digital era will ensure that the country harnesses the opportunities in the industry by improving the livelihood of people in the music industry value chain, and also widening revenue base for government. Modernizing the copyrights law will enhance enforcement mechanism, promote local talent, and create a fair and transparent ecosystem in the music industry. Uganda can therefore foster
a thriving and sustainable music industry by addressing the concerns raised which will not only safeguard the rights and interests of the artists, but also contribute to the culture and economic development of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to report. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also to lay on table the minutes and then the copy of report that the committee used while processing this petition, Right Honorable Speaker. And allow me to thank honorable members and thank the House and thank you for giving us opportunity to present. Thank you.
Thank you, job well done, Honorable Ayo Tony. Attorney General, I mean, the simplest is when are we having the bill? Would solve all these issues.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank Honorable Ayo and your committee for a very, very good report. I must say I'm very happy. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, we have consulted widely on the issue of copyright. We have completed the presentation to the stakeholders. We have completed the cabinet paper. It is in cabinet. The committee has raised some interesting issues which we didn't even address. But now that we know the mind of the committee to which we are bringing the bill, I think we shall be able to even bring this up in cabinet. We are happy we've received it. So, Right Honorable Speaker, what I can tell you is that this bill has been high on the agenda for the president and the cabinet. And since we filed this, we are just waiting for time. What I can say is I can report back probably next week on what date we've been given on the cabinet agenda, when we can discuss this copyright bill. But it's going to be in this house at the earliest. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Attorney General, only that you have pushed hard the Prime Minister. I know you participate in getting space for items on the cabinet paper. You see, we granted the member a leave. Okay? So, and we are looking funny, I'm sorry to say. Because the member now comes and says, no, my bill is ready. Put me for first reading. And we don't want, he's really, Honorable Hilary Chiaga has been really, really patient. And then Honorable Nyamutoro has also been calling me every day about this bill you've been talking about. So I think we need, you need to give us this bill as early as you can, because now the sectoral committees are finishing their policy statements, okay? So they'll be having space. Isn't it, Honorable? You'd now be having space to handle this bill. So if we could get it quickly, and then we expeditiously handle it and we settle. I don't even see the issues here, Honorable, we are going to find ourselves debating. Many issues which will be infringing on Rule 80, where we granted the member leave. Most of the issues are issues which will infringe on Rule 8 of our rules of procedure, which is against anticipation. That is on the draft bill that we gave the member. Maybe before that, I will first allow Honorable Nyamutoro, who presented the petition. And now, since you're in the cabinet, can be.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me appreciate the Committee on ICT for the well-detailed report. Right Honorable Speaker, just a word of emphasis, as you have rightly guided. It is very true, as the committee stated, that matters of the industry do not just fast-track development of the sector, but it is centralized on the young people. We are looking at a Uganda that can easily not just benefit the quality of its artisan sector, but also the quality of the people. It is also not true, Right Honorable, that as the committee stated, that I beg to quote so that I am not, that matters in the petition might not necessarily be addressed by amendment, rather through other issues. Everything pertaining the music industry, Right Honorable Speaker, will be well streamlined if the amendment is put in place. the matters of financing, the matters of digitalization, the matters on how these Ugandans can benefit from the sweats of their work. It is very frustrating to be a victim of underemployment as we fight towards seeing that the country addresses the big concern of unemployment of the young people. These are Ugandans who are stranded on how best they can fruitfully gain from the works that they have put out for years. So I want to add on my voice to support the Attorney General, now that I am in cabinet, to ensure that this bill is brought on table as soon as possible. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, Honorable colleagues, how are we going to debate this? You see, anti-clarification, there's no one on the floor. So the rules don't. This is putting the speaker on the spot. Maybe these points of emphasis, because Rule 80 is tying us down since we granted the member leave and there is a bill. So, and these are issues that are more. Honorable Chimosho, what is that?
Thank you very much.
And Honorable Sorand.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, through you, I want to seek clarification from the Attorney General about what could be the challenge that they face that delays these bills. Honorable Speaker, I chair a committee of fiscal infrastructure, and there are some sensitive bills. Every time you meet with the ministers, they tell you we are in the process. We are in the process. For example, one, the National Building Review Board. You see the illegal structures coming up, the method of construction, everyone constructing in their own way. And we need a law full-fledged to empower them and help them. You meet with the minister, they promise you next week, and nothing is coming through. So I wanted to seek through you the clarification from the Attorney General. What could it be that impedes them or that affects the speeding of these bills, so that we even don't waste a lot of time to first send a committee recommends what is expected, and then we in circles. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Attorney General, you want to say something about that?
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the bills that are passed by Cabinet must have a regulatory impact assessment. It must have the funding that is required for it. And the consultations, the worst that can happen, honorable colleagues, is to bring a bill here and then it is sent away. So that's what delays these processes. And also, we can only meet once a week and there's all that work. So at times, some things lag behind because of that process. I am not sure about which act you're talking about exactly.
Now, honorable colleagues, really my short stint in the cabinet showed me what a minister goes through to bring a bill. Sometimes that's why I even sympathize, because the whole process, is very, very, I don't know whether government, you can see a wolf reducing on that process, that the Attorney General is given more powers, because cabinet are members of parliament. I've seen in other countries, for South Korea, they have under the office of the minister a directorate in charge of legislative research and drafting. So, because the prime minister is the leader of government business in parliament, now you find there are scattered forces, all of them trying to make bills. So this research helps to coordinate, and put together. Now the Attorney General, by the time you reach him, the process is already tedious and coming right toward the end. But the challenge we have here, honorable colleagues, is that we can only ask about bills that were provided for on the legislative agenda submitted by government. So before we ask a minister, where is this bill? Then we need to check when they were reading State of the Nation address, which legislative agenda did they provide? Usually when the president does not include the legislative agenda, then the prime minister comes and tables it here. So we need to look at that. Then for those other bills, I would guide, honorable member, that we can even, if we feel it's a very urgent issue, private members can get a private member to bring that bill. But the challenge we've been having on the implementation bit of it, you find when you're restricted by Article 93 of the Constitution, that you cannot put a charge on the consolidated fund, then your bill again becomes very weak. It will be just a story. So maybe we need to see a way. I'll have a meeting with that Attorney General. Okay? I'll have a meeting with that Attorney General. We see how best. And also, maybe we can always extract properly crack. Let's always extract properly where the committee is recommending that you need to review this law. We extract and we inform the Attorney General and Government Chief and Prime Minister. So that action can be taken. But I feel what you're raising, Honorable Chimosho, is a very, very critical issue. And the Honorable Namugans, I'm sure when they are interacting with the committee, they will touch a little bit on that issue. I had heard Honorable Soro.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to thank the committee for the report. But my issue is the government should prioritize the creative arts industry. If it was a priority and frontlined, wouldn't even listen to this report, maybe. Everything would have been tackled in the bill and somewhere else. We need this industry to be supported, not in a way of tokens, but in a way, or in a collective way, that everyone with talent, in any talent, should benefit in this. So my request to the government is to prioritize this industry. It employs a lot of people, from the uneducated to the most educated. That's all, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Pio.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would also like to thank the committee for their report. Whereas a number of issues can be addressed by the bill, there are issues that can be captured under the BUBU policy. The committee talked about the petitioners asking for about 90% of the time for airplay. And there are challenges in accepting that because of enforceability. But when you go to Nigerian television, 90% of the entertainment is local. When you go to Indian television, 90% is local. Go to the Chinese, go even to Tanzania. I wanted to propose, because when you look at, for example, a song like Yoleng, this government used it for their manifesto. The artist now is of international reputation itself. As government, I believe that within the national broadcasters, and we've seen UBC Radio promoting a lot of local content, I think we can be able to enforce it within the national broadcasters. But within the other broadcasters which are private, government has a lot of advertisements that are promoted within these private broadcasters. There can be provisions for those to be conditionalities for them to promote the local content and give more airtime. So I want to propose that we don't wish it away, but we make provision that government can come with arrangements to ensure that local content has adequate airtime within our television and different media houses. Thank you.
Dr. Boka.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to add my voice to thank the chair of the committee and the committee on the report. I want to speak to one aspect of the report, which was an observation about lack of an effective framework of coordination of the arts and the cultural aspects. Right Honorable Speaker, we have the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Our arts and culture in this country that represents the over 60 tribal entities can be a huge product for tourism. I would like to propose that we look into an aspect of coordinating the arts and culture by ensuring that we have a ministry responsible for that. And indeed, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, I believe, is responsible for that. Possibly at this point, I need to seek for guidance on whether or not we do not have sufficient provision within the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development to effectively coordinate art and culture beyond music, dance, and drama. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Lop. Whenever colleagues, I'll give you opportunities on other reports.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think we need to help the Attorney General. One of the issues is raised is the financing element that is required, and he's right. But you see, of recent, we saw government was allocating some billions of shillings to artists in a certain form. I don't think we should be reducing these artists to beggars of some sort. We should lay a lot more, because if there's money for that, then there should be money to process the bills and the financial implications and so on. That's the point really that I'm making. Because when you reduce them to being beggars, you give them some money now, they'll consume it and it will be done. But when there is a law that protects their trade, they will benefit from that, even when they are long gone, their children and so on and so forth. Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister is here, because the Attorney General was also saying there are challenges within cabinet and so on. Maybe we shouldn't burden him with some of these questions. The Prime Minister should commit when this can be processed, so that people get to benefit from their art, from their trade. That way you don't reduce them to beggars. That way they won't be disturbing you as government. Each time there is, a function and there's an artist, they say, now give us some money for this. Once they are protected in their trade and they're able to make money out of that, they will fly on their own. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thought I should just clarify on Lop's submission about the funds that government has given the artists. Right Honorable Speaker, it is the responsibility of government to ensure that the citizens are well taken care of. The artists that are being mentioned are citizens of Uganda, and in a bid for government to ensure that there is accessible and affordable credit by citizens, the artists did request for a fund to facilitate their circle. This totally has nothing to do with the law that we are pushing for. It is okay for government of Uganda to support the artists as citizens. The artist circle is fully registered, and in the meantime, it is a healing way as we look forward to a conducive environment that enables them to fully benefit from their works. I found it misleading for the law to mention that the artists are being paraded as beggars by the government.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, honorable colleagues, please. Let this not be an exchange. I think what is important is all of us are looking for a sustainable way of supporting the arts industry. That's what we are looking at. From government, from opposition, that's what we are saying. And we are saying through the law, protecting their rights, protecting their content, we shall be able to achieve more. Honorable Gorobi wanted to say something. First, the minister, let the minister first come, then the Prime Minister.
Right Honorable, mine was to respond to a colleague who was asking government to prioritize the arts and creative industry. And I wanted to provide information that while presenting the strategic direction for NDP4 in cabinet, actually His Excellency the President himself added this sector to the priority list. So henceforth, this is now a priority sector in the government.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, cabinet minutes remain secret until you formally present it here. So the member didn't know because not privy to proceedings of cabinet. Chair, then the Prime Minister gives a commitment, we conclude.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank colleagues for the support. In our recommendation, we talked of other issues raised here, not qualifying to be included in the Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Act, while proposing also looking at the Local Content Act under Build Uganda. So I want to allay the fear of the youth, the national female youth member of parliament, who is the minister, that we are not against this, but we are saying let's arrange them in the right place so that implementing is okay. On the Ministry of Gender, when we're interfacing with these people, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, we realize that the sector of culture, arts reaches a point when they get stuck on where to go, because Ministry of Gender would also be saying some of these issues are supposed to be handled by Registration Services Bureau under Ministry of Justice. Others are supposed to be handled by UCC under Ministry of IT. So we thought this coordination must really be looked into by government so that the sector is supported. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I agree with the leader of opposition that we should provide necessary laws to support the sector of IT, because we can get a lot out of it from the talents of the young people. But as government is providing funds for a MIOGA, various categories of people were provided for, the produce dealers and so on, including the artists and musicians. That government provided funds for them under their circle. So I think this is not parading them as beggars, but government is just extending the program, which is nationwide, to all categories of people, including musicians, including leaders, including journalists. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to give that correction and thank the minister now that Cabinet is considering to give priority to arts and culture, and that would be supported with the finance and necessary laws for the young people to thrive. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, but honorable colleagues, we should be cautious that it is not Parliament recommending that create ministries. We can observe. Even what we observe, they go and look at it. But now when you recommend, they must come back and report. And we are the ones who have been saying ministries are many, ministers are many. So really, you have, it's a thin line, but we should always play it safe. It can be a clear observation, but not a recommendation that you must do it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Actually, in our mind, we are looking at within the ministries that exist, issues to be reorganized, restructured, and put together under one roof, but not creating new ministries. But we thank you guidance and advice for future recommendations. Thank you.
Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, a law is saying that I should commit, but this is not a one-man's business. AG has already said we are going to come back here and report. This has to go through consultation. So, like he said, we'll come back here next week after consulting the Vice President, and the report will be brought here.
The commitment from ROP is that you're going to put in effort. So you don't want to do that.
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker. I'm going to work with my AG together with the Office of the Prime Minister and the Secretariat to see that it is given priority.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Information, Communication, Technology, and National Guidance on the petition by the Uganda National Musicians Federation on amendments to the Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Act be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. As per Rule 220 of the Rules of Procedure, we need taken within 2 months. I think that's appropriate. Since most of it will be provided for in the bill, I hope we shall be already having it here for processing. Next item.
Item number 6 on the order paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries and the Committee on Health on a motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize interventions to address challenges of mycotoxin contamination in the country.
So, Chairperson, Committee on Agriculture. Strict 15 minutes. It's the way of using it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I beg to lay the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries and the Committee on Health on a motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize interventions to address challenges of mycotoxin contamination in the country. I beg to lay. In the same vein, I beg to lay the minutes while the committee was considering the motion. I beg to lay. I now beg to present the report. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on the 18th of July 2023, Honorable Ojara Martin Mapenduzi moved the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize interventions to address challenges of mycotoxin contamination in northern Uganda. Arising out of the debate on the motion, the Right Honorable Speaker referred the motion to the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries, and the Committee on Health for joint consideration, and guided that the scope should not be limited to northern Uganda, but cover the entire country. Right Honorable Speaker, the two committees considered the motion and now beg to report. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, mycotoxins are toxic secondary metabolites produced by fungi that contaminate food crops, animal feeds, and the environment. And the common mycotoxins include aflatoxins, humonicins, ochratoxins, vomiticin, and zeolinan. The terms of reference, Right Honorable Speaker, for consideration of the motion was to establish the cause of mycotoxin prevalence in the country. Secondly, was to ascertain the magnitude of mycotoxin prevalence in the country. Third, was to find out the impact of mycotoxins on human health, the economy, and the environment. And then to assess government interventions aimed at reducing mycotoxin prevalence in the country. On causes of mycotoxin prevalence in the country, the causes include climatic and environmental factors, inappropriate agronomical practices, poor post-harvest handling of produce, and non-regulated grain trade in the country. While on the magnitude of mycotoxin prevalence in the country, the committees established that various studies had been carried out in regard to the prevalence of mycotoxins in the country. And the studies are well spelled out. Honorable colleagues, I request through you, Right Honorable Speaker, now that I just have only 15 minutes, for the honorable colleagues to read since they are good readers. I now go straight, honorable colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker, and honorable colleagues, to the committee's observations and recommendations. And these are on page 15. Right Honorable Speaker, on the causes of mycotoxin prevalence in the country, the committee is observed that Uganda's location astride the equator and climatic conditions make it a conducive environment for the growth and multiplication of mycotoxins. The above causes of mycotoxin prevalence are largely unknown by the general public. That is what the committees discovered. What is usually attributed to mycotoxins are poor post-harvest handling practices. 3, the inadequate regulation of the grain trade has resulted into untested grain on the market whose quality may not meet the required standards, including limits on mycotoxin contamination. This was attributed to the inadequate funding to the UNBS to enforce compliance to the standards. Then 4, although the Grain Council of Uganda is a non-profit and non-governmental self-regulatory organization whose objectives include enhancing compliance to grain standards, the Council operates without a regulatory mandate to enforce compliance. And UNBS majorly enforces grain standards for export with a limited focus on grain for domestic consumption. The committees recommend as follows: that government through Ministry of Agriculture and other responsible ministries and agencies should create awareness about the existence of mycotoxins in the country and the dangers of contamination of food and water. Right, Honorable Speaker, there are 200 types of mycotoxins, and I think we as a country, we need to take keen interest in the types. The committee is also recommended that government through Ministry of Agriculture and other relevant ministries and agencies should educate farmers about measures to control mycotoxin contamination in the food chain. Government should also invest in a national silo storage system so as to improve post-harvest handling practices. And MAIF should provide guidelines on best practices of grain transportation and storage. The committees also recommend that there should be massive and continuous sensitization of farmers and transporters in appropriate ways of transporting and storage of grains. This should be done by all responsible stakeholders. The recommendation is also that MAIF should put in place mechanisms of inspecting and apprehending transporters engaged in inappropriate transportation of grains. The government, together with the private sector, should find ways of enabling farmers access equipment for preventing post-harvest contamination by mycotoxins and other contaminants. Government should expedite the establishment of a food regulatory agency to subsequently take over the role of food quality regulation. And MAIF should scale up farmer registration program across the entire country to ensure traceability and compliance with good agricultural practices. Lastly, on that one, government should put in place a mechanism for national surveillance, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting on compliance with the above standards and recommendations. Right, Honorable Speaker, on the magnitude of mycotoxin contamination prevalence in the country, the committee is observed as follows: that the findings on mycotoxin prevalence are largely unknown by the general public, like I said earlier. Aflatoxin is the main contaminant. Mycotoxin found in cereals and legumes for human consumption, as well as animal feeds. The level of exposure by Ugandans to mycotoxins is high, since the most affected food types are staple foods, which are widely consumed, and they contain more than one type of mycotoxin. The committee also observed that the level of prevalence varies across districts and regions, as seen from the studies that had earlier on talked about, with some regions according to recording a high prevalence rate compared to others. The level of prevalence in grains produced by the same household also varies.
The observation was that infants and children are at risk since maize contains the highest level of mycotoxins and is consumed in many schools. Baby food too contains mycotoxins. Maize and sorghum have the highest level of mycotoxin contamination. One study found that sorghum had the highest amount of mycotoxins, while another found out that maize had the highest. And these studies were done in all the regions of the country. The committees recommend that government, through a multi-sectoral team, should design a public information program aimed at educating the masses about mycotoxin prevalence in the country. The campaign can be implemented through government and private media houses so as to reach a large audience. The committees also recommend that government, through a multi-sectoral team, should conduct more research on prevalence of mycotoxins in the country. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on the impact of mycotoxin contamination on human health, the most known health effect of aflatoxins is liver cancer. Globally, about 782,200 new cases of liver cancer occur annually, and 83%, that is 648,200 of them occur in less developed countries like Uganda, including the rest of the African countries. Further, 28.2% of the annual global liver cancer cases may be attributable to aflatoxin exposure, and 40% of these cases occur in Africa. The committees observed that whereas aflatoxin have an impact on human health, there is limited information in this regard. How they can be managed to avoid food poisoning, their impact on the body's neurological system, reproductive system, and efficacy of drugs. The committees recommend that government, through the respective stakeholders, should conduct epidemiological studies to specifically establish aflatoxin exposure in humans and animals. The committee also recommends that government should strengthen the policy for diagnosis, treatment, and management of aflatoxin-induced diseases. The committees further recommend government should fund specific innovations aimed at preventing mycotoxin contamination, and government should develop a national awareness program on mycotoxin and their impact on health. And Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, there is need to establish a food regulatory agency so as to ensure food quality standards. Right Honorable Speaker, lastly, on government initiatives aimed at reducing mycotoxin contamination and prevalence, the committee observes as follows: that aflatoxin prevalence negatively affects the export markets of Uganda, especially Ugandan cereals, since the importing countries reject the Ugandan goods. The cost of treatment or economic burden of treating and managing health effects of aflatoxin contamination is high and unaffordable by the average Ugandan. Many traders or dealers have run out of business due to failure to service their debts after rejection of Ugandan grain products by key importing countries. The recommendation by the committee is as follows: that government, through the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, should strengthen the regulatory framework to improve detection of foods with aflatoxin before export and consumption. The committee also recommends government should carry out a verification exercise of the traders whose goods were rejected with a view of compensating them. Right Honorable Speaker, the committees were also informed that there is conformity in regional testing standards. The implication of the regional testing standards is that once a commodity passes the testing criteria in one East African member state, by default, it passes another member state testing criteria. However, the precedent set by South Sudan scenario in that commodities are subjected to numerous tests, even after being certified and cleared by UNBS. The committee is observed that the conformity in regional testing standards seems to be only on paper, but not in practice. The committees therefore recommend that there should be continuous engagements with East African community governments and their respective ministries and agencies to ensure that these bottlenecks are dealt with so that double and repeated testing of the commodities is eliminated. The committee recommends that in the short term, the importing country should send back to the country of origin any commodity they find or suspect to be contaminated with aflatoxins for subsequent action. In the medium term and long term, the East African community countries should consider setting up one-stop testing centers for aflatoxins in line with what the revenue authorities and immigration agencies of the East African communities countries are doing. On the environmental impact of mycotoxins, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the committees observed that there is limited information about mycotoxin contamination of the environment and ultimately limited awareness. The committees recommend that more research should be carried out about the impact of mycotoxins on the environment with a view of disseminating the findings of the to the general public and instituting preventive measures against further degradation of the environment. On government initiatives aimed at reducing mycotoxin contamination, one on NARO, the committees were informed that NARO has developed anti-aflatoxin technology, that is AflaSafe, which is a biological product for reducing aflatoxin contamination. This product has been tested to be safe of aflatoxins in maize, sorghum, and groundnut value chains. Right Honorable Speaker, on this one, the committee observed that there is limited awareness still among the general public and farmers in particular about the existence of the above solutions to mycotoxin contamination in food, crops, and animal feeds, purposely because NARO hasn't started commercial production due to limited funding. The committee also observed limited funding for NARO is a hindrance to commercial rollout of the anti-mycotoxin innovations. The committees therefore recommend that NARO, through Ministry of Agriculture, should present detailed cost estimates of the cost of commercialization, rollout, and popularization of anti-mycotoxin technological initiatives. The committee further recommends that government should provide adequate resources to support the multiplication and release of aflatoxin-resistant varieties that NARO has produced to farmers in collaboration with the seed producers and distributors. The committee also recommends that NARO should continue to develop aflatoxin-resistant varieties for all susceptible crops. On Uganda National Bureau of Standards, the committee recommends that UNBS should strengthen the license. The committee first observed that the UNBS laboratory provides analytical and certification services but only to the companies that are exporting to countries where there are aflatoxin regulations. However, the committee noted that there is limited enforcement of these standards locally in the country. The committee therefore recommends that UNBS should strengthen the licensing and inspection of grain dealers and other food traders to ensure compliance. UNBS should also harmonize and enforce the same standards for exported and locally traded foods. And government should enhance public education on food safety standards. UNBS should ensure that all Ugandan standards conform to international standards for mycotoxin. The committees further recommend that the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Authority should implement the Uganda standard US EAS 44, column 2019, and US EAS 2, 2017, where the maximum amount of aflatoxin is 10 parts per billion, ppb, for several foods, including maize, sorghum, and peanuts, and 5 milligrams ppb for baby foods. By procuring quality maize and subcontracting certified and pre-qualified grain processors, it should be made mandatory. It should be made a mandatory field on the e-procurement system. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on promoting food safety standards in education institutions and decentralization of testing and certification centers, the committee is observed that whereas UNBS has developed standards for most food products, including grain, access to facilities for measuring the levels of mycotoxins are difficult. They are only available in big laboratories, which are located far from the first-line users, the farmers, and the aggregators. The committees recommend that government through UNBS should develop and avail user-friendly, simple kits for testing levels of mycotoxins in food products. The kits should be of good quality, affordable, and durable. The committee also recommends government through Ministry of Local Government equips districts and sub-county offices with the testing kits for aflatoxins, since no area is safe. The testing can be done by the extension workers, and the extension workers should also visit aggregation centers to do random sampling of the grain. Right Honorable Speaker, on the Uganda Warehouse Receipt System Authority, the committee is observed that many of the warehouses are ill-equipped and lack many basic items to properly operationalize them. Equipment such as ICT, quality, and analysis kits, including aflatoxin detection kits, are lacking in most warehouses. The committees recommend that government through UWRSA should set guidelines for the warehouses which mandate them to purchase aflatoxin testing kits. On the MAIF National Strategic Action Plan for Prevention and Control of Aflatoxins 2018-19, 2023-24, in 2018, the National Strategic Action Plan for Prevention and Control of Aflatoxin was officially launched by His Excellency, the Vice President. The plan is due for revision this financial year. As part of its implementation, various information, education, and communication tools were developed and translated into local languages. The committee recommends that the National Strategic Action Plan for Prevention and Control of Aflatoxins should be revised and updated in the last quarter of this financial year, taking into account recommendations contained in this report. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in conclusion, management and control of mycotoxin contamination, that is aflatoxin, which are the most widespread, is a complex challenge which requires coordinated efforts from multiple stakeholders like government agencies, farmers, researchers, food processors, traders, exporters, transporters, consumers, even leaders like us, among others. Government support should prioritize implementation of a combination of interventions ranging from improved agricultural practices to regulatory measures and public awareness campaigns. Right Honorable Speaker, this can significantly reduce the prevalence of aflatoxins, safeguard public health, and promote sustainable agricultural and economic development in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I want to thank you for your attention, and I thank the two committees for working together to produce this report. I beg to submit.
Thank you. I want to take this opportunity to thank the leadership of both committees, that is Agriculture and Health, for the comprehensive report. When I was reading through this report, could see it was a report which a committee has put in all the effort, backed up by very strong research and recommendations. Now, before I open debate, I usually want the minister to make clarifications which help us in the debate. So it is very, very important. Honorable Minister, if you have any.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we have interacted with the ministry, with the committee, and agreed with the recommendations. However, I want to inform the House that we have technology to deal with the aflatoxin from the garden to post-harvest handling and storage up to transportation to market. However, the is still low, and we have put priorities to actually make people aware, especially now that we are targeting lucrative markets and that we have attracted investors here to deal with the grain. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleague, the recommendation of the Food Authority, Cabinet approved creation of a Food Authority to deal with the food, veterinary drugs, agricultural chemicals, and it will be regulating the food and those veterinary drugs and chemical, and it will be fully fledged authority. We have finished the principles. We shall soon bring the draft bill to Parliament. Finally, on the other recommendations, we actually agree with the committee, and we have shared information as contained in the report. And I want to thank both committees for their input, and we agree we shall move together.
Thank you. I go to the mover.
Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to thank you very sincerely for allowing the committee to present the report which I want to believe has been ably done by the chairperson. And let me thank the committee for doing a commendable job. Right, Honorable Speaker, just as the committee has brought out, we can now see as a country the danger we are faced with if we don't take actions in dealing with this kind of situation we are fronted with. And from the committee report, you will get to understand how grave and how challenging the situation is, especially in as far as the activities of the farmers are concerned. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am particularly very happy that among many other recommendations, the committee has actually recommended the need to have a body that would be mandated to look at the aspect of regulation, and especially on the question of the quality of food. But the other thing, Right Honorable Speaker, is also the question of how we would be able to trace and know if a farmer has brought to the market food products that are contaminated. Apart from rejecting or impounding, tracing up to the source. These are some of the things that the committee has brought out ably. And so, Right Honorable Speaker, I think it's now with this report, it's upon the country and especially government to see how expeditiously we can implement some of the recommendations that have been put. Right Honorable Speaker, when a farmer loses, the country loses. And it's even more severe on the citizens who survive from what is brought from the farm. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, with this picture that has been created, and especially now that government is implementing the PDM, the Parish Development Model, our people who are accessing this money have gone out to put the money to good use. How are we going to help them from the effects of contamination, mycotoxin, when they begin to produce a lot from the investment that government has put? And so I want to very much appreciate the work of the committee, but also call upon those who will be charged with the responsibility of implementing to really take this matter seriously. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Mushemeza, Honorable Amede, Honorable Kayondo, Honorable Babiko, Arua, Merisa. I'm going to give you a chance, honorable colleagues, but let's be quick so that, because we seem, I don't know if there is anyone who has a contrary view to what is in the report, you know? Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also join others to thank the committee for a good report. I have three issues. One, the committee identified various causes of mycotoxins and singled out poor post-harvest handling of produce. I want to agree with you, but you went ahead to observe that we need massive awareness. But the question would be, where would the money come from? I want to suggest that since we have the parish development model program going on, and one of the pillars of the parish development model, and this is my favorite, community mobilization and mindset change. We could look at the literature that is being used by the Ministry of Gender, which is taking the lead, and we improve on the literature so that we can deal with this issue. The second issue I have is your analysis of the impact assessment, which was one of the terms of reference. In impact assessment analysis, we look at the situation before and the situation after. I would have expected you to give some statistics because you zeroed on liver cancer as one of the effects of these toxins. In 10 years ago, what was the situation of the cancer cases?
Were they more than today? What are other variables? Because it can't be only liver cancer that is the effect from the mycotoxins. Now, if we single out those variables and look at the situation 10 years ago and today, then we would be able to say there is this kind of impact. Finally, I'm glad the cabinet is now looking at certain situations as special cases. When we are dealing with the competition and consumer protection, an impression was created that a policy has been taken by cabinet, you cannot create an authority. But I'm glad you are looking at this situation as unique and you are recommending authority. So I want to request the Prime Minister, the Attorney General, cabinet should not be rigid. You should look at certain areas where decision. And finally, you have recommended for research. Indeed, we should invest, Honorable Minister, you should request more funds to carry more research in these areas for the good of our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mede.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank the committee for the report. I would like to draw the minister to the issue of enforcement. While we wait for the food and regulatory safety, that one, I think we still have the structures in place that can enforce the issue of aflatoxins. We have all the structures in both in the administrative or public service and security, but these people are not doing work. We have extension workers at sub-county level. They are not working. Perhaps some of them even are ignorant about the issue of aflatoxins. The last time I was in my constituency, I actually engaged the community and I asked them if they had heard of aflatoxins. And they said, no, something is really wrong. In 2020, my Committee of East Africa was interacting with the Ministry of Agriculture, and we did inquire about this issue after benchmarking with Kenya, whereas in Kenya, nationally, they had over 10,000 national inspectors. The commissioner at that time who attended the committee meeting was talking about only 200 in our country, national inspectors. Who is there to enforce agricultural standards in the districts? There is nobody. And that is where the policies are going wrong, because the extension workers are not empowered and they are not.
Thank you.
Honorable, just 1 minute. The other issue I wanted to draw to the minister's attention is a crowd-cutting issue. The general poor handling of food. Our food in the markets is filthy. And we could start with the markets that are already defined, that are in the city, to enforce standards. But nobody is doing that. So I think there are people sleeping on the job. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kayondo, then Honorable Babiku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mycotoxins is a silent killer in Uganda here. Why most of these more than 200 mycotoxins are highly carcinogenic? Carcinogenic meaning they are cancer-causing agents. And they are causing a lot of food poisoning. Mr. Speaker, I've confronted so many health workers. One sign of food poisoning is diarrhea. And the issue with these mycotoxins, they require a specific diagnosis. It's not like any other diagnosis, a specific diagnosis, and they require a specific prescription. If you go to a health sector, they try to treat the diarrhea, and you are not responding, they give you a drug, Amodium, that stops the flow of the diarrhea. So when the flow is stopped, Mr. Speaker, it has not cured. It is not efficient. What happens? You are going to the stage of cancer. Honorable Speaker, I want to commend the committee. When it requested the government to invest more in research, mycotoxins are killing there is a lot of cancer developing. But the issue is mycotoxin because it has not been given attention. Honorable Speaker, the recommendation, let the Ministry of Health and the National Medical Stores, as it distributes drugs, let it also include the specific tests for mycotoxin.
Conclude, Honorable Kayondo.
Secondly, Honorable Speaker.
I said conclude, you went on second.
As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, the committee made, I wish I had time to carry on a biochemical lecture here, but in conclusion, the committee made a wise recommendation and observation, the post-harvest. Honorable Speaker, the reason as to why our farmers keep their crops for long, it is simply because of bad seasons and lack of markets for their products. If the government can intervene, Honorable Speaker, and provide market for the producers, I think it can be one way or the other of reducing the effects of mycotoxins. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kayondo.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity given to me. I join the rest in appreciating the work done by the two committees, but more so Honorable Mapinduzi for having raised this matter. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it is killing us, openly killing us. I have visited the Cancer Institute. By the time I left the institute, I was feeling feverish. The people affected are regardless of the age brackets. Therefore, my proposal is we must take immediate actions. I agree with what the Honourable Minister brought out, but I strongly believe we can start something without even having cash money. We have government structures. Why don't we mainstream talking points on this matter through the relevant structures, including honorable members of parliament like me and you? Because our people are dying. Are we going to wait for money to be budgeted? Right Honorable Speaker, I feel the Prime Minister must start something, must direct. She is the leader of government business. We have the structure from LC1 up to our side.
Thank you. Now, I've just been informed on the television on the screen, Honorable Kayondo was being displayed as NOOP and yet is DP. So rate the answered capture right record. Yeah. He's seated between NOOP, but he's not NOOP. Yes, I had already picked Arua sitting, and then Dr. Melissa, then I'll do Achibu. Agnes.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity. And I also want to thank the committee for having presented the wonderful report before this August House. Right, Honorable Speaker, indeed, the concerns of mycotoxin has become a problem in this country. Recently, Kulu University Faculty of Agriculture and Environment carried out research, especially in areas of Lango and Acholi sub-region. And they found out that 90% of mycotoxin is found in grains, right, Honorable Speaker? I think the UNBS efforts needs to be supported, even if it means us funding UNBS. Because at the end of the day, right, Honorable Speaker, if UNBS does not carry its mandate of supporting food quality and food safety, and then we're in problems. So I request that government should be in position to support UNBS heavily, such that they can carry out this mandate. Then secondly, the government through production officers of different of our districts and cities, they should be in a position to sensitize the farmers to do at least intercropping, such that we can outcome with some of these challenges. And now, right, Honorable Speaker, I request that meanwhile, as the committee suggested that we should have, the government should be putting national awareness in place programs, but I request that we have already those extension workers. We could use them to actually mobilize farmers to encourage them, such that they can take good care of their products while they are harvesting it, and also while they are planting it in order to overcome with all these issues of mycotoxin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Melissa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this great opportunity. I also want to join my colleagues to thank the two committees for the comprehensive report. Right Honorable Speaker, this issue of mycotoxins is a very serious matter because it directly affects lives. Our colleagues have correctly mentioned that when you visit hospitals, it is so worrying that our citizens are dying of cancer. And when I was reading through the research reports, the findings are so worrying. Like she said, Gulu University, the research finding revealed that 90% trace of this mycotoxin is found in grains. Right, Honorable Speaker, I strongly agree with the committee report that we need to strengthen the UNBS and the other agencies so that they continue to support the quality of food and the food safety so that we save the lives of our people. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, when you look at an agency like Naro, I encourage most of you to visit Naro. When you visit Naro and you see what they are doing, it's a fantastic job. Extremely fun. When we are talking about research, go at Naro and you see the job they've done on this issue. Very fantastic, and the crops they've developed and the systems and all that. But we find we are not giving Naro money. And yet we know cancer is being spread all over. So I hope when we come to budgeting, entities like Naro that are doing a great job, we are going to consider them seriously. And we take our ground and we say we are going to support the Ministry of Agriculture to ensure that we fight this. Otherwise, we shall join those who lament. And then outside, say, but you're the ones who appropriate. So, in fact, I think, honorable colleagues, committee chairpersons, when we are doing appropriation, let's look at the different recommendations Parliament has made in relation to works of our committee. And we say, we agreed on is it reflected in our budget? These are some of the questions we should be asking us. Otherwise, we make here recommendations, and then we fail to provide money, and then we come to choose a minister, and the minister is, so we end up. Honorable Chibu, then Honorable Solomon. Is that a problem of aflatoxin? Causing a member to behave that way?
Yeah, thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to add my voice by thanking and appreciating the report that has been presented to us today. First of all, when we are talking about the effects of aflatoxins, it is really very serious and very challenging. And as we talk about the effects of these aflatoxins and microtoxins, we find it is deep in the villages. And we are all aware that when it comes to handling our health challenges, today as we talk, it requires a lot of money. And therefore, as we talk about the dangers of aflatoxin and microtoxins, I think we need to have a short-term and a long-term solution. I do strongly believe that when we are going to talk about the short-term solution, I believe as a country, we have extension workers down there. We as politicians, we are there. Sometimes when we go to the district, we use the government time, which is there in our district. The first thing that I think we are going to do, and we are to get the effects immediately, we need to talk to our farmers to understand why majority of our people, both young and old, are suffering from cancers that cannot easily be explained by any of us. So I strongly believe that as a house, when we come to the long-term solution, of course, it all goes back to money. And if it goes all back to money, what is the size of our...
Thank you, Honorable Charanga, Honorable Nuru.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I first of all want to thank very much the committee for the report, which is a fair representation of the country, what is happening in the country. Right Honorable Speaker, I come from Sabey region where we grow maize, and that is maize grain. I've been interacting with one of the health officers in my district, and they are telling me the cases of cancer, more especially liver cancer, has tripled for the last 5 years. And that means, Right Honorable Speaker, like the committee has said, this microtoxin could have been the cause of all those problems that we are facing. Government, Right Honorable Speaker, has tried their part. And I want to believe that they have constructed some warehouses across the country. But unfortunately, Right Honorable Speaker, those warehouses in Bukwa have not been completed, and their completion date is over. Those warehouses could have been places of checking the things, because we could be having some testing kits in every warehouse so that the community can utilize those testing kits. I therefore request the relevant authorities to ensure that these warehouses that government has injected a lot of money are completed and are used. Second, Right Honorable Speaker,
Thank you, Honorable Nuru. ICT. Honorable Nuru.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the committee. However, farmers have issues and they have real problems. I tried to be a farmer and planted 12 acres of maize. I went down to Container Village to look for the medicine, pesticide. When I reached there, they gave me the best and it was very expensive. When we did the spraying, it attracted all the insects. And my 12 acres collapsed.
Because they also wanted the best. They came to feed on the best.
So now we have a problem, I think, with the UNBS. And it goes beyond insect pests. I went insect pesticides. I went home on a Good Friday with the medicine. I said, okay, let them spray my cows when I'm seeing. But you can imagine, 2 of them died. I said, now what is this? So, Honorable Speaker, however much we are talking about other things, we have a problem with you, NBS. Honorable Minister, you need to try and help Ugandans about this. I'm here talking about it because I'm a member of parliament, but there are so many other farmers there who are getting out of business, and it is a very big problem.
Thank you, Honorable Nur, because you lost your 12 acres and the 2 cows. That's why I allowed you to continue after adding yourself time. But Honorable Nyashkongoro, Honorable Pendi, Honorable Songa.
Thank you so much,
Honorable
Right
colleagues, I
Honorable.
want us to conclude this.
Right Honorable
We have another
Speaker.
item.
And I want to thank the committee for the exhaustive report. Right Honorable Speaker, much as we are talking about post-harvest handling, there is an issue of storage which my colleague talked about but was not expanded on. We don't have silos in this country. And what people have resorted to because of lack of market, poor market for their produce, especially when they produce a lot and the prices keep on fluctuating, they resort to storing their cereals and seeds using poor methods. I don't know rudimentary methods. I don't know whether you have heard it. I've heard from my people that they use rat, is it the rat poison? That's it's not a powder. It's like a pellet. They are like pellets. You can imagine rat pellets which they put in sacks of cereals to kill the weevils as they wait for the market. So I think there's a big problem, and as the ministry have said, they needed to look into that, particularly the silos. Right Honorable Speaker, there is also an issue. I don't know, I wish we had the Minister for Information here, because when we talk about the Ministry of Information and National Guidance, I thought these are the people that would be speaking for us. They are allotted minutes on different radios. They are the people that are supposed to be feeding the country with such information. Now, as us members of parliament, if you take up that responsibility, who will believe in you? Are you becoming the spokesperson of government? Thank you. What if you have wrong information that you disseminate to the people? For me, I challenge the Minister of Information to realize with Minister of Agriculture to come up with a package so that they sensitize our people, particularly on post-harvest handling. There is a table that was demonstrated in the report, Right Honorable Speaker. I am just worried, particularly when you look at the prevalence of aflatoxin in infant foods. Those figures, I don't know whether they are percentages, and what do they reflect in terms of negative impact, particularly to our children who feed on these products on a daily basis. And we, as a country, and we're standing on the time bomb, the cancers, moreover, that are happening in this country. So we need this interpretation of the table so that we understand whether we are to abandon these products for our children. We know what to do. Otherwise, we are killing a big generation of our people where mothers.
Thank you. Honorable Pendi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the committee for the report. And Right Honorable Speaker, this issue of aflatoxins was considered at the East African community level. While I was chairing the EAC Council of Ministers of Health, we discussed this matter and it was agreed, aware that countries do not have specific institutions that monitor the foods that we actually eat. It was agreed that we establish the National Food and Drug Authority, because the food that we eat is actually turns into poison. And the National Drug Authority was felt as the most competent body to actually deal with this matter. Other countries like South Sudan, Burundi, Rwanda established or incorporated food into one of the activities that the National Drug Authority should actually implement. Unfortunately, in this country, we went into politics of fighting, wanting to own and handle food alone between the Ministry of Agriculture then and the Ministry of Health. And Drug Authority, which is very unfortunate. So, Right Honorable Speaker, despite the National Drug Authority having competence in dealing with this matter. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it is extremely unfortunate. Apart from the storage challenges that we are facing, how I wish government could support farmers to buy those bags that World Food Program actually supplies to farmers. I have seen them. They are actually airtight and no moisture gets into the cereals once they have stored the cereals in those bags. They are called, I think, hermetic bags. I have seen them in some of my Right Honorable Speaker. Just I conclude.
No, but you never roast cows. You never roast milk. Okay, conclude.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, aware of the challenge that aflatoxins cause to our population, I want to really, since constructing silos has become too expensive for the government, let us invest and support farmers with those bags so that once they have harvested, dried, they can put these cereals into those bags. I want to end, Right Honorable Speaker, by saying that when I went to Adjumani, I found another challenge. While we are talking of aflatoxins, these grinding machines that are grinding maize, and there is part of the particles of those machines are actually being consumed by people, and there are many people suffering from kidney diseases because of that. So let us also look into that, Right Honorable Speaker. Ugandans are now lazy. We no longer want to grind or pound nuts. Everybody goes to buy ready-made, which is very dangerous. So, Right Honorable Speaker, this is the information that I want to get. Many people are suffering with kidney diseases and.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I think it's there are many cases and instances where we are living dangerously. I don't know how following up on this has really been difficult. Like recent, I saw a big headline from New Vision that we are consuming transformer oil in chapatis. Okay? We made a report. Honorable Songa was the vice chairperson of the Committee on Natural Resources. I remember. We made a report in 2017 as the Committee of Natural Resources, which was adopted here. When we did our tour around and we found that people were vandalizing transformers to get oil because that oil can work for 2 years. Yes, the Chapat people said that oil, they can, where you use this normal oil around 2-3 times. They said this one for 2 years is still live wire and cooking chapati the way you want. We did a report here, and our recommendation was the transformers coming into this country, they should see a way of working that part of oil so that you cannot easily extract it. But I just saw the headline the other day, and I said, but I mean, this is something we did in 2017, and we adopted a report here. It wasn't. Now we have even started eating private parts in food, something which I saw the other day, and the video is saturating. I think we should stop eating. We should go back to grass. This cooked food is becoming a problem. Yes, Honorable Songa.
Thank you.
We are concluding this, Honorable. I'm going to call Honorable Beatrice Anya, Honorable Christie.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and members. First of all, I want to thank the committees for the good report. I think one important thing we need to note is we need as a country to do what we call mindful food production system and marketing. This is very important so that we can mind about the consumers of this food we are producing. But the question is, why are people eating food which have mycotoxins? Most of our people are smallholder farmers. They produce on small scale. The question of market may be there, but some of the people have nothing to take to the market, but they are still eating food that are already poisoned. So the question is, we need to check our food production system so that we produce healthy food, minding about the consumers. That is point number one. And then coming to post-harvest handling, we make a lot of losses as we handle food after harvest. So we need good storage systems. We need to double our production through irrigation so that we shall not eat food as a last resort, even if they are infected. We must have surplus healthy food which we can eat than resorting to eating food because we have no alternative. And that can only happen if we double our production and we have food security. Food for home use, food for market or industries, and also food for emergency in case there is disaster. Then another thing is mycotoxins. The fungi thrives very well when there is increase in carbon dioxide. And so we need, even on medicine, they write store in cool, dry. Even on medicine, they write store in cool, dry place. It doesn't mean that you should go and put that medicine in water. Cool, dry place. Even for food, we need certain temperature to store healthy food. And this is a big challenge which we need to address. When it comes to marketing, Africa market has about now 1.3 billion people. Even within Uganda, we still have people who need food. So we need to improve this marketing system. But nobody is going to buy our food if we are not producing good food, healthy food. If we are producing food that is infected, nobody is going to buy our food. So we need to check the whole value chain from production, storage, and transportation up to consumption. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Beatrice Anywa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to thank the committees for the report that we are really discussing. However, I also want to take note that their submission included a big part of it, but yet a silent part of it is the environment. I would have wished that also that sector was also included, consulted, probably would have enriched the report more than it is on the environmental issue. But Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, really, as it has been alluded, the mycotoxin is a killer in human, animal, and environment. That has already been established. And aflatoxin, which has caused many effects, would need the intervention of chemical bidders, which will help remove the toxins from the body. And Right Honorable Speaker, these interventions move in a triangle. Whatever interventions we put in place, either from human to animals, it also ends up in the environment. And that's why, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm happy that I belong to a global group of leaders on antimicrobials. And I represent Africa. And I'm happy my colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, we have been meeting.
Conclude, Honorable Minister.
Globally, the world is approach is One Health, where all interventions, we look at at it in totality because it is in a triangle form. It affects the humans, it goes into animals and ends up also in environment and vice versa. And therefore, the issue which Honorable Kamukama alluded to is that one, with the effect of climate change, which my chair, Honorable Songa, alluded to, the heat has increased because of effect of climate change. And aflatoxins can now flourish very well. The interventions where we use pesticides, all these have become actually resistant to the normal situation. And it has to be dealt in totality in one health approach. I beg Right Honorable Speaker that as need also to adopt that approach. You are an environmentalist and you can see that most of the interventions leave out which is actually a key to all these interventions so that we have a one health approach in our interventions. And I also like the issue of silo, as alluded to Honorable Sarah Opendi. Maybe also it gives us a challenge as the government that we need to make it available to the communities. Otherwise, what we are saying here, the pesticides in the community, including poison being used, is really at its highest. And we cannot approach it if we don't, in totality, approach it in a triangle form. I thank you.
Thank you. Lope.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, committee. Like my minister has also highlighted, the environmental aspects had to come out seriously because we are at a time when we are emphasizing the soil folks, from the soil folks to the plate or to the table folks. So it is and then the plants cannot form stems and roots. And Right Honorable Speaker, this might also be the effect to the seed. Sometime back, the seed that was given late to some members of kept it. And after some time, they complained that it didn't germinate. The storage of that seed must have been affected by mycotoxins because of poor germination as an indicator that we got to see. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of climate change still comes out because the indicator that shows that there is a lot of carbon in some place is the condition Right Honorable Chair of Climate Change has highlighted of warm and humid conditions. And so, Right Honorable Speaker, we have also visited Narrow. Narrow showed us a number of approved technologies, but Right Honorable Speaker, the dissemination of those technologies is at stake. They are looking on to us and the different ministries to help come up with a plan of dissemination. I beg. Right Honorable Speaker, they have in the report, they have also highlighted that there is AFLASAFE. AFLASAFE addresses the issue of aflatoxin. When you look out for the market of AFLASAFE in Uganda, it is not anywhere. And yet even USA exports AFLASAFE from Africa. But the nearest market of this item is in Kenya. Where is it? Where is its market? How much is it? Where are the refresher courses to the agricultural extensionists? They are not aware, even in their messages to the farmers, they do not bring out this. But Right Honorable Speaker, we also have to be very careful with the marketing options and also with genetically modified organisms in the quest, because whatever they talk about is biological control solutions are good,
they are good to the environment, but Right Honorable Speaker, some of the side effects may be dangerous. I will end by at 56. Right Honorable Speaker, it is not only affecting crops. I see animal husbandry people smiling, but they also affect hay, they also affect forage, they also, yes, and animal feeds. So, and they also affect the value additional
Thank you. Honourable Minister, is there anything you wanted to add on? Is there anything you want to add on? No, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank members for their comments, but I want to make a few clarifications. Who is there to enforce this innovation and agriculture standards? This is a delegation function to the extension workers in local government. And if you look at our budget, almost 1/3 of our budget for Ministry of Agriculture goes to these workers. Now, you're Right Honorable Speaker and members, we have low level of extension workers. I think one honorable member mentioned it, and we have been trying to push extension workers up to 8,000. We are as low as actually 3,500. We need more extension workers in the field, especially now that we are implementing PDM. The general handling of food in the city and markets is very poor. Yes, it is. Those of you who take Masaka Road in Busega, you can see the road is jammed. They are selling food on the road. And for us, the ministry, we set standards, but the enforcement is still a problem in the city. Same with Karirwe. We shifted them. I want to thank the city authority, but now they have come back on the road. I think this is something we have to deal with it. Right Honorable Speaker, there was an issue of aflatoxin and mycotoxin. I want to say that people should not imagine that is only coming from Uganda. Actually, much of it comes in. And this authority will be dealing for both here and those which will be coming in. Now, Honorable Saro Pendi, there are no politics. The National Drug Authority is there, fully functioning. But you know, like Honorable Nur said, he bought a parasite, the cows became blind, his 12 acres, the pesticide attracted the insects and they wiped out the crop. Right Honorable Speaker, we commissioned a study of scientists and they recommended that we separate food, veterinary drugs, agricultural chemical from National Drug Authority. And this model is run by very serious countries like Germany, like UK, and that's the model the cabinet has adopted. But otherwise, National Drug Authority is functioning, only that it was overloaded. And in the wisdom of the scientists, it was found fit that this is separated and the domicile should be Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Finally, I think there was one on narrow innovation. Narrow has a lot of innovations, and I'm happy, Right Honorable Speaker, you're one of the members who have visited our research stations in Amlongi. You have seen how we have innovations for aflatoxin, and we try to send it out, but we are limited by both human resource and also budget constraint. So I think we need to up our campaign to make sure that these innovations are adopted. But most importantly is actually to work together rather than working in silos. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the attention.
Thank you. Committee Chair, I think the issues are exhausted.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank colleagues for your input in strengthening this committee report, and also in supporting the resolve of our country to address the challenges of aflatoxin. Most of the issues have been responded to by my minister. I only wanted to respond to Honorable Professor, who said we only zeroed on liver cancer as one of the problems caused by aflatoxin. I want to refer you, Honorable, to page 28 of the report, and also to tell you that aflatoxin even affects reproductive system. So you need to take care. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you, and I want to thank all the members, and also my co-chair, Honorable Dr. Samuel Achuti, and all the members of these committees. Thank you so much.
Thank you. On top of receiving a response, you received a warning. So I now put the question that the report of the Sector Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, because it's a joint report, and the Committee on Health, on a motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government prioritize interventions to address challenges of mycotoxin contamination in the county be adopted. Those in favor sign to the county nay. The ayes have it. Thank you, Honorable Mapenduzi. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, colleagues, for these submissions. This is a very critical issue, and I hope the Minister for Agriculture, indeed, like he said, these are issues he believes with the recommendations, but also there are issues for Minister of Trade, which I hope he will look into. Let's get an action taken report in 3 months. Yes. Thank you. Next item.
Item 7 on the order paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Physical Infrastructure on a petition on allegations of land grabbing from the community of Nyakesi, zone, Yokango Parish, Nyangole Sub-County in Tororo District by a one Miss Owoli Sylvia Damari.
This is a small vote, chairperson of the committee. Go straight to main recommendations.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. This is a report of a petition on allegations of land grabbing from the community of Nyakesi zone, Yokango Parish, Nyangore Sub-County in Tororo District by Miss Owori Sylvia Damari.
Honorable Chimosho, just a minute for our Muslim brothers and sisters, you're free to sneak out and You break the fast.
Right.
Kabanda, don't go.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Only Wanywa, you're not part. You still need-
Right, Honourable Speaker, I'm also fasting. Right, Honourable Speaker, I'll do the introduction and straight away go to observations. This report has been with us for almost a whole year because it is March of 2023. Right, Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, this is a report of the committee on the petition by residents of Nyakesi E Zone, Yukango Parish, Nyangore Sub-County on allegations of land grabbing by Ms. Owori Sylvia Damari. The petition was tabled by Honorable Sarah Opendi, Woman Member of Parliament for Tororo District on 19th May 2022 and referred to the Committee of Physical Infrastructure for consideration and report to the House as per Article 90 of 95 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Rules 157 and 189 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. In their petition, the petitioners played that Parliament rescues their land from the land grabber. It is attached, Appendix 1. Further, Rule 187F of the Parliament Rules of Procedure provides for the jurisdiction and mandate of committee, respectively, that is to cover the sector of lands, housing, urban development, physical planning, works, and transport. It's again at this background that the committee scrutinized the petition, interacted with the relevant stakeholders, and compiled this report that it now presents this House for consideration and adoption. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the methodology is very clear. I beg that I don't go into it. I will proceed to petitioners, to the petition. The petitioners played that Parliament rescues their land from the land grabber. The petitioners allege that the residents of Nyakesi E Zone, Yukango Parish, Nyangore Sub-County were living in fear due to continued harassment, intimidation, provocation, and sometimes violent attacks from one Ms. Owori Damari, her agents, and security personnel. The petitioners further alleged that Ms. Owori Sylvia Damari claimed to be acting on instructions from Operation Wealth Creation. Further, it was alleged that Ms. Owori Sylvia Damari was claiming over 90 acres of land from sections of the community where more than 200 families have lived for decades. She displaced families, fenced off compounds, gardens, a private school, and a church. The petitioners further alleged that Ms. Owori Sylvia Damari continues to encroach on the land with armed personnel, and on several occasions, her security guards have beaten up innocent people working in their gardens or picking firewood. It is further alleged in September 2020, she erected her grandfather's tomb in the compound of Heroes Foundation Primary School. The petitioners also alleged that they had tried to seek help from government through the offices of Uganda Police Force, Resident District Commissioner, Courts of Law, and the offices of the area local councils, but have not got any permanent assistance to their grievances. The petitioners stated that they have sought legal assistance from certain law firms which have gone ahead to commence legal proceedings against Ms. Owori Damari. However, she continues to be unbothered about the petitioners' claims. The petitioners alleged that before the arrival of Ms. Owori Sylvia Damari, the community was living in harmony, hence their concern as to the actual intention of Operation Wealth Creation, which Ms. Owori Sylvia Damari claims to represent, and yet her actions of land grabbing, on the other hand, are depriving the petitioners of their main source of income and livelihood. The petitioners asserted that a number of meetings have been held by the community since 2018 to March 2022 to resolve the matter, or in vain, hence the petition to Parliament. The background. Honorable Speaker, the background is clear. I wish to move on to
to page 14, Honorable. You
To
go on findings,
page-
observations, and recommendations.
to page 14. Findings, observations, and recommendations. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the committee observed that there weren't any heavy armed security personnel on the land under contention, as was alleged by petitioners, apart from personal security belonging to Ms. Owori Sylvia Damari at the time when the committee held a meeting with the community. The committee was informed during the meeting with the community that the heavily armed security personnel that had been deployed earlier by Ms. Owori Sylvia Damari to guard the land under contention had been removed. The committee recommends that government streamlines and sets clear guidelines on deployment of its security personnel to private individuals or companies. Further, government should ensure that security personnel comply with the law at all times, including when security personnel are deployed for private duties. The committee was informed by Ms. Owori Sylvia Damari that the land under contention, that is Nyekesi E Zone, Yokango Parish, Nyangore Sub-County, is currently before the Chief Magistrate's Court in Tororo, Otedo Emmanuel, administration of the estate of the late Alfred Wandera Okech versus Sylvia Owori Damari, land suit number 12 of 2022, hence sub judice. However, the committee observed that the matter before the Chief Magistrate's Court holding in Tororo actually refers to a customary land situated in Nyakesa E Zone, Lubongi Sub-County in Tororo District, Appendix F. On 12th August 2022, the committee thought the advice of Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament on the matter in accordance with Rule 73 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. The committee was advised that since Otedo Emmanuel is just one of the many petitioners, his interest in court cannot jeopardize the interests and the rights of the other petitioners who currently seek Parliament's intervention. The committee was consequently advised to proceed with investigations of the allegations contained in the petition, save for concerns of Oteda Emmanuel. The committee therefore learned that the matter is not sub judice during committee's visit to the land under contention. The committee was shown part of the land that is subject to court proceedings and hence did not venture into any investigations in that part of the land. The committee was informed that Ms. Owori Sylvia Damari had prior requested for a piece of land in which to construct her ancestral home, to which the clan leadership agreed, but later turned around and insisted to take up more land, claiming that it belonged to her late father. This is the land that the petitioners allege that she is grabbing in order to set up projects under Operation Wealth Creation, which she represents. The committee recommends that Ms. Owori Sylvia Damari restricts herself to the portion of land that she was given by Kayoro Katekoko clan leaders in 2018 and makes use of the available lawful avenues prescribed under the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and the Land Act Cap 227 to acquire more land in Nyakesa E Zone, Yokango Parish, Nyangore Sub-County in Tororo District, if she so wishes. The committee further observed that a portion of land had been fenced off by Ms. Owori Sylvia Damari, although some families still lived within the fence. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the committee recommends that Ms. Owori Sylvia Damari restricts her activities of fencing land to the portion of land that was allocated to her by the Kayoro Katekoko clan leaders, and any fencing carried out outside the said land should be demolished. During the committee's visit to the land under contention, it was observed that there were crops on the land under contention. However, the committee was informed that crop farming started immediately after the withdrawal of heavily armed security personnel, which coincided with the presentation of the petition to Parliament in May. The committee was informed by the petitioners that part of the land that Ms. Award Sylvia Damari surveyed was part of the land under contention, although she claimed that she had inherited it from her late father, and therefore it was not part of the community land. The committee was further informed by officials from the land board that Ms. Award Sylvia Damari had not been granted permission to survey the land. The committee recommends that Ms. Award Sylvia Damari removes the concrete pillars that she placed on the land under contention. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, the committee decries the way in which individuals are misusing security personnel for their own selfish purposes through intimidation of the populace. Any disputes, land or otherwise, should be left to the responsible authority to handle. Further, emphasis should be placed on streamlining of security deployments to private individuals or companies. Government should endeavor to sensitize the populace on various land laws in order to avoid exploitation by unscrupulous persons. The petition is attached here. The minutes are attached, and the attendance of the meeting is carried out, and the list of members that participated. And I hereby table the report. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues. I beg to move.
Thank you, Chairman. This is the report of the Audit Committee. So I don't know, you should remain here to answer the questions. And if it's from the Audit Committee, I think I might need the guidance of the Attorney General after listening to this submission. Because
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I have had an opportunity to look at this report. And to me, it looks like it is a dispute where some people acknowledge a certain right, but extends past the limits. It's really a dispute. But I'm more concerned, Right Honourable Speaker, with the findings of the committee at page 9 and 10, where they actually found that there were criminal cases in respect to this land, and they list a barrage of disputes that are currently existing in court, and then subsequently find that they found there was no dispute on a same piece of land, but decided this side has a dispute, this side has no dispute. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, to debate a report of this nature is actually not a good idea, because you would actually prejudice the rights of parties who are in court. The committee seems to have been mindful of the fact that the dispute is before court, and I think that it would be best, Right Honourable Speaker, for us to get more time to actually establish whether these matters are in court. It would be a real slight on the court to say that we know that this is criminal case, but we have continued to debate because it doesn't relate to that, and yet, so it may be better for us to go and get more detail about these cases. But in my quick view, I think this matter, this dispute is really sub judice.
yeah, thank you. Now, why I asked for the Attorney General, it's a matter where the Minister for Lands wrote and said it's sub judice, because they started the investigations and found the issues were in court, and therefore they couldn't proceed. Now, if I could have the Speaker's letter also, okay, because it's not, they attached all documents, but the Speaker's letter, which said it's not sub judice, is also not available. Honourable colleagues, would it be bad if I proposed, like the Attorney General has guided, we first get information? I think it helps, because it would be really bad for us to sit and we discuss a matter which is active in court and clear offending our own rules. You know? And even after being cautioned by the Attorney General, you know, that's the quickest way of someone going to court and they strike out our report and we are castigated. Honourable Minister, beyond your letter, is there anything beyond your letter? Yes. Yes, I know it's not a debate. It has
Why?
to be
I
on.
know, for me, I know the law. I've ever informed this house that this matter is in court. So I know the law. Right, Honorable, I take your guidance and the minister, she was here, Honorable Nabakova Judith, and she re-emphasized that we started this matter after learning when the committee had moved. But the point of addition I want to make, right, Honorable and colleagues, when people, community members petition Parliament over land matters, we have a ministry, your own Ministry of Lands, Housing, and Urban Development. And we have all the documentations regarding any land in Uganda, its origin, how did it come to attain which certificate. So I'm wondering whether it's a new scenario that now wherever petition of land grabbing will be coming to Parliament, and the committee will be moving on ground to investigate and bring a report, and it is debated. Because, right, Honorable, if I can inform you about the disputes that we have, the Attorney General knows all of them. If they had come here through Parliament now, it's like the committee now is operating like a Ministry of Lands. I'm wondering, seriously, that's not the way to go, honorable colleagues, because the government has a well-streamlined system. And right, honorable, you know, you always refers matters relevant what? Ministries. If committee members want to work with the ministries are there, then we can come up with proper actual information about this matter. So I take your guidance, and I really would like to appeal to my colleagues not to debate this matter. But we have also learned that, I don't want to preempt that, some of the petitioners, they think Honorable Sylvia Wall is going to stand for a member of Parliament, and they are bringing all these allegations. I beg to submit.
Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I agree, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I agree with your ruling on scrutinizing this matter. But one, the committee was mindful and they thought the guidance of the speaker, who determines which matter is sub judice and which one is not. What we need is to put on record that later. Two, in response to Honorable Minister's issue of reminding us about the Ministry of Lands, I would want to tell you, Honorable Minister, if there is any ministry that has caused terrible horror to the people of this country, is the Ministry of Lands. It has double titled, it has caused double titling, it has facilitated fraudsters. It cannot be the same ministry from which people seek justice. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Now, maybe for the comfort of Honorable Namuganza, Rule 30 of our rules of procedure gives the discretion to the speaker to see where they deem the petition can quickly be processed. So in this case, the speaker preferred to take to the Committee on Infrastructure. But my fear, honorable colleagues, also is when we assign you duties, is to be very cautious. A committee cannot order demolition. We've become court. A committee, you order demolitions and all that. I think it's going beyond. But these are things we shall do, especially engaging more. But let me listen to the person who presented, the honorable colleague who presented the petition.
Thank you, Right Honorable
on
Speaker.
behalf of the community.
Right Honorable Speaker, this petition was presented by me However, when you read the petition, the petitioners passed this petition through the area member of parliament. I actually met them accidentally in the speaker's office. And Honorable Tala, who brought them, was actually traveling, leading his committee of natural resources. So because the petitioners were in the speaker's office, he then requested me to present this petition on his behalf. So whoever thinks that Sarah Pendi presented this matter because she's scared of Silvio Wori. Silvio Wori is even a Kenyan. And I'm not scared of opponents, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Right Honorable Speaker, that is the information that first I wanted to give. This was Honorable Dr. Emmanuel Otala, who led the petitioners to the Speaker's office. My signature is not on this petition. I only came in to present because he was away.
Now,
secondly, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sarah, before you go on another matter, you see, your sister, your sister, Madam Silvia Wori, doesn't have an opportunity of coming on this floor to explain whether she's a Ugandan or a Kenyan. Okay, but she says she's a Ugandan, she was in Uganda and all that. So I would request really that part of her being a Kenyan.
Right Honorable Speaker,
yeah.
I think we must, these are the facts on the ground, by the way. Because where actually the land, where this dispute is, her father married her mother who comes from this area. And when her grandfather died, because her relatives were not here.
You know why I'm insisting on that matter?
So, Mr. Chairman, sorry, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to leave that matter and withdraw it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
That's much.
And withdraw it, but that is the fact.
Yeah, sure. Please,
so, Right Honorable Speaker,
clerk, consider that part.
Yes, I just wanted to inform this House
from our record
that I had to be in the community when the committee came to also understand the challenge. And clearly we walked through the land, Right Honorable Speaker. It was the entire village. This petition has more than 150 people who were being affected. It was an entire village. There were churches, there were schools. The Honorable Nyachikongoro came as a guest of honor, invited by Honorable Tala to officiate at a fundraising in the church. I think it was Iokango Catholic Church. So there were schools and it was an entire village. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee was mindful and even shown the part of the dispute. And that's why you see the issue of Mr. Tedo, because it's just a part of it, but the majority of the people are not in court. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as guided by the Attorney General, I think we will wait that we get further information and then see how to proceed. But otherwise, there are other challenges that have actually come.
Those ones which are
which I cannot go into.
Yeah. Thank you.
But
Now,
we are representatives of the people, Right Honorable
No, I know.
Yeah.
And you did your part. And I'm sure your people know you've done your part, Honorable. No, this is just, it's a procedure, Honorable Sarah, Honorable Pendi, it's a procedure and technical hindrance, because I don't want us to sit here, we pass a resolution, and then you hear we are in court, as if we were careless in terms of how we did. So with the guidance of the Attorney General kindly helped me to get facts, working with the Minister of Lands, to get facts on this matter, and then we shall see how best we can handle. No, that one was removed from the record. It was removed. House adjourned to tomorrow at 2 p.m.